Chapter 2042. Master, please tell me. Yang Chen had an advantage. If he didn't understand, he wouldn't pretend to understand, and if he didn't understand, he wouldn't pretend to understand. He couldn't understand this matter, so he immediately asked Sect Master Li for instructions. 100-year pills, 1,000-year pills, how many do you have? Surprisingly, Sect Master Li, as the sect master of the mysterious heaven sect, actually asked about this kind of medicinal pill that could increase one's power. There are more than 2,000 100-year pills, and less than 1,000 1,000-year pills, Yang Chen replied honestly. In fact, this number had far exceeded the number Yang Chen had plundered on the demon continent. However, Sect Master Li didn't seem surprised at all, as if he knew that Yang Chen would have a lot of such medicinal pills in his hands. And it's not a small amount. When Sect Master Li heard this number, he didn't sigh and just nodded slightly. If Master needs it, this disciple will immediately offer it with both hands. Yang Chen didn't say anything and immediately expressed his loyalty. However, this disciple still strongly recommends that even if the masters of the sect have to take it, Master, you should not take it unless it's a last resort. This was obviously concern. As the sect master of the mysterious heaven sect, Sect Master Li had a high position and was cunning. Of course, he could hear the meaning of Yang Chen's words. These medicinal pills have other uses, Sect Master Li said with a smile, but he didn't seem to have any intention of explaining to Yang Chen. Instead, he asked Yang Chen a question. You are also in charge of a sect. Let me ask you, if the Chunyang Palace in the mortal world is also destroyed like the Taishanmen, what should your Chunyang Palace in the spiritual world do? This was a big topic, especially since Yang Chen didn't understand whether Sect Master Li had discovered something or had other plans. He couldn't answer it easily, at least he couldn't make Sect Master Li suspicious. If it's a disciple, I'm afraid I can only annex another sect. Yang Chen smiled bitterly. He was a little hesitant, but he did not conceal it and replied, although it is somewhat immoral, it is better to swallow other sects than to lose the heirs of your own sect. I knew you weren't an old-fashioned Taoist disciple. Sect Master Li pointed at Yang Chen and praised him with a smile. As expected, you are my valued disciple. Fortunately, you didn't disgrace me. This was the naked support for Yang Chen's law of the jungle. Although Yang Chen knew that the major sects pursued this set of rules, no one dared to say so blatantly. In front of Yang Chen, it was estimated that Sect Master Li also trusted him. But this is far from enough. Sect Yang, Li Masters Lin's T'd be Yang after Chen, T after T what be say T Yang, T say. Chent T Yang T. Yang, T say. T even if everyone was convinced, they might not be convinced in their hearts. Sect Master Li said that it would take several generations of disciples because the younger generation would slowly assimilate and accept after receiving such education from an early age. However, the first batch of people might not really be convinced. No matter how strong a master was, he couldn't change people's hearts, so even the sect master of the Xiantian sect couldn't solve this problem. It was just that Yang Chen still didn't understand what Sect Master Li's intention was. Annexing another sect is just a temporary measure. Sect Master Li was really giving advice to his disciple as a master, but it was not about cultivation, but about behavior. If you really want the Xiantian sect to continue, you have to let the Xiantian sect have its own ability to produce blood. Yang Chen closed his mouth and stared at Sect Master Li with bright eyes, greedily listening to the advice of this old fox. He wished he could immediately move all of Sect Master Li's thoughts into his own mind. This has to be divided into two aspects, a fundamental solution and a temporary solution. Sect Master Li looked at Yang Chen's serious attitude and said with a smile, a temporary solution can give the Xiantian sect a chance to breathe, and then we can deal with the fundamental problem. Master, please guide me. Yang Chen said this sincerely again. The Xiantian sect's plan for the sect was simply information given to Yang Chen. Moreover, it was information that no matter how smart a spy was, they wouldn't be able to find out. What about this temporary measure of expediency? It's right now. Sect Master Li didn't say it directly, but he first asked, last time, each of the 36 celestial dippers took 2 millennium pills. How long do you think it will take to eliminate the consequences? At least 500 years, Yang Chen said with certainty. Suddenly relying on the millennium pill to increase their cultivation by 2,000 years, unless it was someone like him who had been reborn and had a state of mind at the level of a perfected golden immortal, it would be impossible to completely control it. The reason he said 500 years was because they were all Xian immortal experts, and they were not young either. They had seen a lot and experienced a lot. Even if it was Yang Chen, it would take at least 100 or 200 years to recuperate. The tyrannical tiger wolf medicine seemed very good at the time, but it also had many side effects on the body. Then, how are they now? As Sect Master Li said this, the 36 celestial dippers were smiling. Their duty had always been to protect the sect master, and they almost never left the sect master's cave. These people had all benefited greatly from Yang Chen during the Battle of the Three River Alliance. Each of them had a complete set of combination pills and a millennium pill. At that time, the situation was urgent and they had taken 2 millennium pills. According to Yang Chen's estimation, it would take at least 500 years for them to recuperate. However, when Yang Chen looked at it now, no one appeared to be suffering from the backlash of the potency. Instead, all of them were calm and seemed to have made progress. It was really unbelievable. Yang Chen couldn't believe it, and he didn't care about being rude. He took the wrist of a celestial dipper master and began to check his pulse. Only Yang Chen, the celestial dipper master, laughed and let him do it. Their pulse was stable and normal, their cultivation was refined, and there were no hidden injuries in their bodies. How was this possible? Yang Chen didn't believe it. He checked the pulse of 6 masters in a row, and all of them were the same. Only then did he stop in disbelief. Master, please guide me. Yang Chen called out to Sect Master Li. These celestial dipper masters were equivalent to Sect Master Li's personal guards. They all knew about Yang Chen, so there was no need to avoid it. Although there are no longer any disciples ascending in the mortal world, our mysterious heaven sect can still increase a few disciples every year. Sect Master Li finally began to explain to Yang Chen, although you are known to be well-read, there are some things that are not recorded in any book at all. It is normal for you not to know. After the cultivators of the spiritual world reach the heaven immortal level, their descendants will directly have the cultivation of the human immortal level. Sect Master Li said very seriously, unlike the aborigines who only have this realm but have not experienced the heavenly tribulation, they directly have the cultivation of the human immortal level after transcending the tribulation. Chapter 2043. This time, Yang Chen was really a little stunned. He never thought that the mysterious heaven sect would have such a way to deal with the crisis in front of them. If a heaven immortal gave birth to a child, he would directly reach the level of a human immortal disciple. Then what about a Xian immortal? Yang Chen had never heard of this method before. Cultivators rarely gave birth to children because most people were immersed in cultivation and few people liked to be burdened by their families. People in small sect rarely gave birth to children unless they felt that there was no hope for cultivation. Only then would they put their hopes on the next generation. However, could such a hopeless cultivator cultivate to the heaven immortal level? Forgive this disciple for being rude. Yang Chen didn't fully understand the relationship between giving birth to children and eliminating hidden dangers for Heaven Star Border experts. This was a rare opportunity, so he had to ask clearly, what does this have to do with the health of the ancestors? Ha 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 ha, a group of people laughed unscrupulously. The laughter made Yang Chen a little confused. Was there something on his body that made him look bad? After laughing, Sect Master Li pointed at Yang Chen and wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. He just said to the great elder next to him, "Elder Li, tell him." "Kid." Elder Li was not polite at all. He walked forward and patted Yang Chen's shoulder. "I heard that your wife and concubine have a unique skill. One of your wives is very good at brewing wine. Take out the wine your wife brewed and show your filial piety. This old man can't teach you for nothing, right?" He called Yang Chen's wife Kid, but his words were affectionate. Obviously, he didn't treat Yang Chen as an outsider. "This kid is impolite." Yang Chen hurriedly apologized and obediently took out a lot of wine and sent it. Sect Master Li personally poured it and handed it over with both hands, showing great respect. These Heaven Star border experts didn't stand on ceremony even in front of the sect master. They all gulped down the wine and were very forthright. After Old Man Li drank a mouthful of wine, he laughed and belched, "The wine given by this junior's family is truly delicious." All the Heavenly Dipper elders nodded in agreement. "We cultivators wholeheartedly pursue the immortal Tao." Old Man Li finally opened his mouth to explain to Yang Chen, "But once you give birth, your mind will be distracted, and your vitality will be damaged, which is detrimental to your cultivation. Therefore, most cultivators will not choose to have children." Yang Chen nodded in agreement. That was what most cultivators thought. Therefore, there might be cultivators in the mortal world who were willing to give birth, but after struggling to reach the spirit realm, very few would be willing to do such a thankless thing. The children of human immortals and earth immortals are the most strenuous and unrewarding in the spiritual realm. At most, they only have the strength of the mortal world's Mahayana stage. However, there is no heavenly tribulation, so they can only become natives. Elder Li explained. In fact, many of the current natives are descendants of cultivators from many years ago. This was something Yang Chen didn't know before, so he listened with great interest. When they reach the heaven immortal level, their children will have the strength of a human immortal. Elder Li took a big gulp of wine as he spoke. To put it bluntly, the children will be 2 realms lower than their parents. However, the higher the parents' cultivation, the higher the children's cultivation will be. But, after explaining the basic situation, Elder Li changed the topic. Giving birth will damage one's vitality, and so will the parent. According to my calculations, those with good qualifications will probably need more than 1,000 years, and those with poor qualifications will need to spend 2,000 years to make up for the lost vitality. This time, Yang Chen understood everything. The reason why the Big Dipper elders seemed to be fine now was because the side effects of their skyrocketing cultivation were all because of the great damage they suffered after giving birth, allowing their bodies to reach a balance again. And because of this, the Black Heaven sect had more than 30 Earth Immortal level experts who were close to the Heaven Immortal level. After decades of training, they would definitely be able to hold their own. Speaking of which, the Zhao family also knew this, so the experts that Yang Chen had met from the Zhao family, whether it was Yang Jisheng of the Five Elements sect or Hall Master Zhu of the Black Heaven sect, all had children. On one hand, it would allow the Zhao family to have more manpower, and on the other hand, they could use this opportunity to stay in the spiritual realm for many years to make arrangements. The expedient plan that Elder Li mentioned was to let the experts have children to replenish their strength. This was also why he asked for the 100-year pills and 1,000-year pills. With so many 100-year pills and 1,000-year pills, at least 1 or 2,000 mystic immortal experts could have a child close to the Heaven Immortal level, greatly increasing the sect's strength. This was the first time Yang Chen had come into contact with this. He never thought that even if he destroyed the Taishanmen in the mortal world, there would be such a way. However, Yang Chen was also very clear that this was just an expedient plan. Just relying on the experts to have children would be a waste of experts' time. The spiritual realm could be replenished, but there weren't many in the immortal realm. Therefore, he definitely needed to find a way to cure the root cause. There is also a way to cure the root cause. Next to him, Sect Masterly opened his mouth while tasting the wine. This was brewed by the wife of his disciple. In terms of seniority, this was a gift from his wife to her father-in-law. Tasting it for the first time, of course, it was very delicious. Last time, the immortal realm sent an expert to the mortal realm, but unfortunately, there was a problem. After years of careful preparation, another one was sent. These were the secrets of the Xiantian sect, but Sect Master Li did not hide anything and directly told Yang Chen. It is said that this time it was very successful. I believe that there will soon be a sect in the mortal world that will slowly develop. At that time, together with Chunyang Palace, our Xiantian sect will still be the #1 sect in the world. Rebuild the Taishanmen in the mortal world? Yang Chen's face was full of surprise, and it was definitely not an act, but it immediately changed to worry. If we call it the Taishanmen, we will definitely be attacked by everyone, but if we call it another sect, this reputation, what does it matter? Sect Masterly snorted coldly. In the past, our mortal world sect was not called the Xiantian sect, but the Taishanmen. This is not the first time that a sect has been exterminated. In the future, there may be another sect that will become the mortal world sect of our Xiantian sect. The name is not a problem. At this time, Yang Chen knew why the mortal world was called the Taishanmen and not the Xiantian sect. It turned out that there had been a massacre in the past. So that was how it was. However, according to this Xiantian sect was indeed amazing. After being exterminated once, it could still develop into the #1 sect. It really had some means. No wonder the Xiantian sect could control the heavenly court in the immortal realm. Just this kind of courage was not comparable to that of other sects. In this case, this disciple is willing to offer all the Millennium Pills and 100-Year Pills. Yang Chen was a smart person. After hearing this, he immediately expressed his loyalty without saying anything. Didn't you want the Millennium Pills and 100-Year Pills? Give. No money. Chapter 2044. I knew you were loyal. Elderly patted Yang Chen's shoulder with admiration and walked to the back. Our mysterious heaven sect will reward meritorious deeds and punish mistakes. Sect Masterly was at the front and said with a smile, "You just offered the Zhao family manor and the 1,000-year pill. Didn't you want a cave abode? 1,000-year pill for a 1,000-mile cave abode. The other 100-year pill and the Zhao family manor will be exchanged for 1,000-mile cave abode. Is that enough?" Disciple thanks Master. Yang Chen immediately thanked him. In an instant, the mysterious heaven sect took out more than 2,000-mile cave abode. Although they were all small cave abodes, 4 gong sunling mosquitoes were also meat. It would be a waste not to take them. Moreover, with so many cave abodes, each one would take at least 100 years of mysterious heaven sect disciples' time. As the group of people laughed, the Zhao family manor was transferred from the hands of Sect Master Li to Elderly. To test and send experts in, these Xian immortal grand elders had to send people. However, as soon as they got to the Zhao family manor and saw the shoddy appearance of the Zhao family manor, Elderly couldn't help but frown. Who refined this later? What a waste! Disciple learned the Zhao family's mortal methods and let a Xian immortal demonic beast swallow the cave abode so that it could move at any time. Yang Chen smiled and said helplessly, "When I let him refine it, that guy's skills weren't good. Grand Elder, please forgive him." Send it into the stomach of an expert? Elderly was stunned and then nodded. And that's also a way. He looked down at the Zhao family manor again and asked, "Is the core mountain gate of Chunyang Palace like this? How many people can it hold?" "If we squeeze a little, it can barely fit the entire sect." Yang Chen smiled bitterly. Of course, this was just for show. The real core mountain gate was the one left by the South Pole immortal Sika deer. Not only could Chunyang Palace fit 100 times more people, but it could also accommodate them for cultivation. I received your great kindness last time and always felt embarrassed that I didn't have a gift to thank you. Oldly put away the Zhao family manner and said with a smile, I originally felt that it was not appropriate for the pure Yang Palace to be destroyed several times, so in the past few hundred years, we old guys have taken advantage of the leisure time of the children's education to refine a bigger Immortal's cave for you and take it back to the mountain gate. With that said, a small and exquisite bonsai escaped and was about to be handed to Yang Chun, but the moment Yang Chun stretched out his hand, he retracted it, making Yang Chen's hand stretched out in the air. Sect Master Li, who was next to him, didn't expect Elder Li to do this. He looked at this side inexplicably. Elder Li didn't that he would do this. Li Chun that Chun, I said, he family mu, the that Chun, the mountain gate, elder and Chun, sect Li mu, the family, the sect master, family master, the relationship between the sect master's great elder and the sect master's personal disciple was very close. When they left, Yang Chun had lost a bunch of century-old pills and thousand-year pills, but more than 2,000 small cave abodes and one big cave abode. When the Heavenly Dipper elders refined this cave abode, firstly, it was to repay Yang Chen's favor, and secondly, it was to consume their skyrocketing cultivation. Therefore, they were extremely meticulous and almost did not care about the loss. The area of the cave abode alone was more than 100,000 miles. During the refining, not only the 36 of them, but also their relatives and friends also helped out in their spare time. In short, the number of masters dispatched was definitely the highest in 10,000 years. An ordinary heaven immortal master could refine a 1,000-mile cave abode in 100 years. It was obvious what kind of good things were refined by 36 Heavenly Dipper elders and more profound immortal masters after 200 years. 3 heaven immortal level spirit veins were directly collected inside, and many kinds of demon beasts were also secretly released in the vast territory. The disciples of Chunyang Palace could train as long as they were inside, and they didn't need to go out at all. Unless they were top masters, they would need stronger opponents. This big gift was definitely not light. Even Yang Chun began to be tempted. In the end, should he let Gong Sun Ling collect the refining fusion, or give it to the Earth Dragon to let him refine it into the mountain gate of the pure Yang Palace? After hesitating for a while, Yang Chun decided to leave it to Chunyang Palace. After all, it was something with a history. Yang Chun didn't need to explain it to these guys when they had nothing to do one day and wanted to come in to have a look. However, more than 2,000-mile cave abodes could also make a small supplement to the Mountain River geographical map. It was really worth it to pay a mere 1,000-year pill. The mysterious Heaven sect took these pills to strengthen the sect. The stronger the mysterious Heaven sect was, the harder the blow to the Zhao family would be. On the other hand, the revenge of the Zhao family's masters would also be more ruthless. Yang Chen wished that the two families could fight now and both sides would suffer. At the same time, the experience of the mysterious Heaven sect also gave Yang Chen a wake-up call. If he wanted to supplement the Mountain River geographical map, he didn't need those large high-grade cave abodes. This kind of ordinary cave abodes could be bought in the market. As long as there were enough of them, they would have the same effect. As for paying, the things that could be bought with spirit stones, for the current Yang Chen there was no cost. He could casually exchange some good things for a large number of spirit stones. It was also because of this that Yang Chen thought of two other extremely famous magic treasures in the future. One was a cave abode that was almost comparable to the Dragon Palace, and the other was a super powerful immortal sword that was famous in the immortal world. These two magic treasures were said to have appeared in the market. The cave abode and the immortal sword were covered up by an expert using ingenious methods. They looked ordinary on the outside, and there was nothing special about them. For some unknown reason, he slowly drifted into the marketplace. Ordinary sellers had eyes but failed to see. They didn't treat the treasures as treasures and only sold them as ordinary things. Even the buyers didn't know the true value. These two super magic treasures only revealed their true faces when they were in use. The cave abode was still good, it had always been kept by the cultivator and became famous in the immortal world. As soon as the immortal sword appeared, it was fought over by countless cultivators, causing a bloody storm. More than 10,000 people died in the fight for the immortal sword. It wasn't the time for these two magic treasures to appear in the world, but both magic treasures had a characteristic. It was said that they had been on the shelves for thousands of years without anyone asking for them. Calculating the time, these two things should have appeared on the shelves where they should have appeared. It was just that Yang Chen wasn't completely sure that after experiencing the demonic tribulation that was different from his previous life, the same goods would appear in the same shop. This matter wasn't something that Yang Chen could decide. If he wanted to know the answer, it seemed that there was only one way. That was, Yang Chen had to personally go to the place where these two magic treasures had appeared and look for them himself. He could also take the opportunity to buy a large number of small cave abodes and put them in the mountain river geographical map. This would also make his third primordial spirit live better. Chapter 2045. Before coming here, Yang Chen's family had temporarily separated. The women had not returned to their respective sect for more than 300 years, so they had to go back and give an explanation to the sect. On the one hand, they had to report their cultivation gains to their respective masters, and on the other hand, they had to contact the other people in the sect. Cultivation was not about cutting off one's emotions, but there were still some relationships that needed to be taken into account. It just so happened that Yang Chen's visit to the mysterious Heaven sect couldn't be known by others, so everyone separated and gathered at the Sunset Rock a year later. No matter how long a husband and wife had been together, they still needed some independent time and space. This was the way of family harmony. Until now, Tao Junkie didn't know that Yang Chen and she were already nominally senior brother and junior sister. Tao Junkie sometimes worried about the relationship between the sect and her husband. The mysterious Heaven sect's overbearing way of doing things always made the cultivators of the other sect feel disgusted. Tao Junkie was well aware of this. Fortunately, so far, Tao Junkie and Yang Chen didn't have any fundamental conflicts, and the couple got along normally, which made Tao Junkie feel a little more at ease. However, after returning to the sect, she became more careful with her words and actions. She was afraid that she would accidentally say something wrong and cause the sect to covet Yang Chen. For no other reason, Yang Chen had too many good things around him. Any cultivator would be tempted. Along the way, when Yang Chen passed by various markets, he would plunder a lot of things. He had almost unlimited spirit stones. As long as something was priced with spirit stones, whether it was medicinal herbs or magic treasures, as long as Yang Chen liked it, he would buy it. In particular, the space magic weapons of the Immortal's Cave and Medicine Garden were basically swept away when Yang Chen went to other people's shop. The news had not yet spread, but there were already some rumors in the markets where Yang Chen had swept through. Everyone was guessing if the price of magic treasures was going to increase. Or was there some secret hidden inside? By the time Yang Chen arrived at the Wanbao Tower, all the shops had begun to study the space-type magic weapons in their shop. They were all wondering what secrets there were in them that could make the world-famous Master Yang sweep them up like this. Yang Chen, you have to reveal a little bit of the reason. Elder Wu Xiong received Yang Chen at the main office of the Wanbao Tower. As the two of them were enjoying tea, Wu Xiong said with a smile, "Otherwise, it would not be so easy for you to buy another space-type magic treasure. Everyone is starting to be reluctant to sell it. Even if they want to buy it, they will raise the price, and you will lose more than you gain." Oh! Yang Chen was now a master of alchemy, but in terms of business, he admitted that he was not even as good as Elder Wu Xiong or Shangguan Feng. He accepted Elder Wu Xiong's opinion very modestly and explained to Elder Wu Xiong with a smile, "In fact, it's nothing. It's just that Ah Ling's life-bonded magic treasure has recently reached a critical moment. It needs to integrate some caves and medicine gardens to stabilize the space and enhance its power. There is no other purpose. Wu Xiong was very familiar with the women around Yangchen. When he heard Yang Chen's words, he thought that Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map was also a space-type magic treasure, and he immediately understood a lot. Pointing to Yang Chen, he shook his head with a wry smile and said, "But you don't have to sweep all the shops along the way like this. It has caused everyone to speculate for no reason." After that, he didn't get up. He directly used his divine thought to transmit the reason why Yang Chen bought the space-type magic treasure to the shopkeeper of the Wanbao Tower. This news must be released immediately, so that Yang Chen would not have difficulties in purchasing space-type magic treasures in the future. Elder Wu, Wanbao Tower can also purchase some from the outside. It can be exchanged with spirit stones or magic treasures. Yang Chen's heart moved. When would he buy it? He was really stupid. It was better to let Wanbao Tower sell it quickly and cheaply, and it would not arouse others' suspicions. It was a business. Was it worth making a fuss about buying a commodity? I have already given the order. Elder Wu Xiong had long thought about it before Yang Chen. Otherwise, he would not be able to control Wanbao Tower. The news must be sent out as soon as possible. Even the news that Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map was also a space-type magic treasure must be spread. It was very important not to arouse people's imagination. All the women went back to their respective sect to handle some affairs. There was still some time before they came over. While waiting for the women, Yang Chen lived in Sunset Rock. He practiced as usual every day and wandered around various shops in his spare time. In the shops of Sunset Rock, there was no one who didn't know Yang Chen, Master Yang. No matter which shop Yang Chen went to, the person with the highest status in the shop immediately came out to greet him. Whatever he wanted to see was directly sent to Yang Chen. They couldn't be more attentive. Not to mention that Sunset Rock was the territory of Chunyang Palace. Just the favor Yang Chen had given during the Devil Tribulation was enough for these shops to receive him grandly. Not to mention Yang Chen's achievements in alchemy, many people wanted to ask for pills. At this time, Yang Chen came to their door. If they didn't hurry to leave a good impression on Master Yang, when would they? Wanbao Tower had the function of collecting intelligence in secret. Similarly, it was also good at spreading news. On the second day after Yang Chen came to Sunset Rock, all the shops in Sunset Rock knew Yang Chen's intention to buy space-type magic weapons. Knowing that Yang Chen used space-type magic weapons to please beautiful women, everyone was happy to play along. They packed all kinds of space-type magic weapons in their shops and sent them to Yang Chen. If Yang Chen was willing to buy it with spirit stones, he could also exchange it with elixirs. All the shops would definitely be happy with the latter. Unfortunately, Yang Chen was determined to use spirit stones this time and didn't give anyone a chance. However, it was already very happy to make Master Yang happy. As for business, it had to be long-term. Whether it was relationships or favors, they had to be built slowly. These shops were even better at this. Anyway, everyone was a cultivator, and they had plenty of time. There was still a long way to go. None of these places had the cave residence that Yang Chen wanted to buy. Speaking of which, Yang Chen also didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the senior who refined that super immortal cave. It was obviously a super immortal cave magic weapon, but he took great pains to disguise it as a small immortal cave that was neither too big nor too small, and the price was not too big or too small. It was placed on the shelf for thousands of years without anyone asking about it. He didn't know what kind of bad taste it had. One had to know that the effort of disguising it was no less than refining a high-level immortal cave. Disguising an immortal cave with a radius of more than hundreds of thousands of miles, with countless spiritual veins, various resources and countless monstrous beasts, into a small immortal cave with a radius of no more than 10 miles, even if a master left a spiritual consciousness imprint on it or even refined it, they would not be able to find it. The difficulty was indeed not ordinary. Yang Chen couldn't understand the thoughts of that senior. Perhaps it was to avoid disaster? But the time spent on disguising it would take at least decades or even hundreds of years. With the time it took to refine it, it was not known how far away the immortal cave would have been. No matter how strong the enemy was, there was no way for them to catch up. In the end, Yang Chen could only interpret this as the bad taste of that senior. Chapter 2046. When the girls gathered a year later, Yang Chen already had tens of thousands of small cave abodes and herb gardens. There were also hundreds of large ones that were tens of thousands of li in size. Unfortunately, no matter how big they were, they basically wouldn't appear in the shop. They were all used by the sect as a mountain gate or a trump card. Basically, they wouldn't be sold for pitiful spirit stones. Even so, Gong Sunling was a little overjoyed. In fact, she also heard about what Yang Chen had done during this period of time. Her husband had done so much for her and taken so many risks. Gong Sunling felt that she couldn't repay her husband's care for her. Moreover, all of this was for Gong Sunling, which would inevitably make the other girls a little jealous. Although the others wouldn't say a word about this, Gong Sunling understood that this wasn't the way to achieve harmony in the big family. Therefore, during the meeting, Gong Sunling's attitude was very humble. She personally prepared all kinds of delicious food for the sisters in order to make them happy. You don't have to think that I'm biased towards Ah Ling, of course. Yang Chen understood Gong Sunling's thoughts. Therefore, when the girls gathered, Yang Chen also wanted to untie the knot in the hearts of the girls. Believe me, this isn't for Ah Ling alone. This is for our family. This is an unprecedented initiative. Even if it fails, it's to prepare a way out for our family. The girls didn't have any thoughts of jealousy. It was just that Gong Sunling felt embarrassed. Now that Yang Chen had explained it so clearly, who would still have a grudge? They were already as good as sisters. This time, they were even more harmonious. This time, we'll go west. Yang Chen didn't directly say his destination. He just said a direction. I haven't walked around the spiritual realm for a long time. Let's walk around more. When we come across a market, see if there's anything we like. The girls all agreed. Even if they had become immortals, female cultivators were still female cultivators. Their favorite thing to do was to walk around the market. In any case, everyone was just having fun and following their husband to buy some things. They could just take it as a vacation in the spiritual realm and live the lives of ordinary cultivators. The Immortal's Cave and the Medicine Garden in Yang Chen's hands, except for the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden, were all thrown into the Mountain River geographical map. Yang Chen had already checked all the Immortal Caves and herb gardens, but there was nothing he wanted. These could be absorbed and fused by the Mountain River geographical map, which was of great help. In fact, Yang Chen also intended to integrate the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden into the Mountain River geographical map, because the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden had been integrated with a Dragon Clan gourd, which could hold any liquid. It was originally a magic treasure of the Dragon Clan. If it was integrated into the Mountain River geographical map, it would increase the foundation of the Mountain River geographical map. But for the time being, Yang Chen had not discussed it with Ah Zhu and Ah Bai. Before the two of them agreed, Yang Chen would not make a move. Secondly, the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden collected a large number of fine medicinal materials, which were of great use to Yang Chen for the time being. Once it was integrated, as long as Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were separated, alchemy would not be so convenient. So Yang Chen did not plan to integrate the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden immediately. The small Immortal's Cave in his hand began to be integrated as soon as it entered the Mountain River geographical map. Not to mention the more than 2 million cultivators in the Mountain River geographical map, there were suddenly 3 more dragon spirits, at least 2 of which began to work, Coupled with Yang Chen's third primordial spirit, the mountain river geographical map was extremely fast in refining the space. 1,000 miles Immortal's cave, in just a few hours, was like a snowman melting under the sun, quietly integrated into the mountain river geographical map. Don't look at each of them only having 1,000 miles, but tens of thousands of them added up. It was by no means a small number. What's more, there were hundreds of large Immortals caves with a radius of 10,000 miles, which was directly equivalent to adding several super Immortals caves. Among the women, the most surprising one now was Shi Wuxuang. When it came to defense, perhaps Gong Sunling ranked first. When it came to combat effectiveness, then it was definitely Shi Shanshan who could kill in one blow. When it came to pets, there was no doubt that it was the Murong sisters. But when it came to the degree of tenacity in battle, it was Shi Wuxuang. It was definitely an unexpected surprise to share life with the 24 Penglai Divine Wood monsters. In the past, whether it was Yang Chen, Sun Qingxue, or the Old Tree Demon, they had refined the Penglai Divine Wood, but they had no opportunity to establish a connection with the Penglai Divine Wood monsters. That was, the Penglai Divine Wood that Yang Chen gave Shi Wuxuang had been living with the 24 Penglai Divine Wood monsters, their roots were connected, and then it was refined by Shi Wuxuang into a life source magic weapon, which was why there was such a miracle. This was also good, at least Shi Wuxuang's safety was greatly increased. Even if she went out alone, Yang Chen could feel a lot more at ease. On the way, the women were basically sightseeing. Everyone relaxed, the speed was not fast, and the play was very pleasant. Especially after seeing the beautiful mountains and rivers, everyone would go to the market along the way to buy, which let the women satisfy their shopping addiction. Don't look at just such a little secular enjoyment, there were signs of a small breakthrough for the women's state of mind. They could buy whatever they were interested in, and in this regard, Yang Chen provided an unlimited supply of spirit stones. Even if they couldn't buy it with spirit stones, Yang Chen could exchange it with medicinal pills. In short, this time they came out to make the women happy. What was a trivial property? In addition to the things that the women were interested in, the rest was the space-type magic weapon. The Immortal's Cave and the Medicine Garden were almost as many as there were. The various shops basically heard the purpose of Yang Chen wanting these space-type magic weapons, and they were very happy to give them. Only occasionally would they exchange some large Immortal's Cave for 1 or 2 medicinal pills of Yang Chen. When Yang Chen agreed, they would solemnly put away the medicinal pills as if they were treasures, for fear of damaging them. Along the way, Yang Chen's family stopped at a special market. Of course, special was only for Yang Chen, it was very ordinary for others. It was just a small market, surrounded by a few small and medium-sized sects, and the only slightly larger sect was just a first-class sect. The area was not large, only a dozen shops, but there were a lot of customers, people came and went, it looked very lively. The women dispersed and divided into several small groups to go shopping. Yang Chen slowly walked into the most inconspicuous small shop. This shop looked very small from the outside, and the sign above was still very new, it should be newly opened. Seeing that there were guests coming in, the shopkeeper inside smiled and got up to greet them. There was not even a shop assistant, it was really a bit shabby. Yang Chen just glanced at it, and he knew in his heart that this small shop called Shabby Pavilion was probably the one he had been looking for. Chapter 2047. The name of this store was very interesting, for fear that others wouldn't know that he sold cheap goods, he directly named it Shabby Pavilion. The women saw this store at first, but when they saw the name of the store, they didn't want to go in. Most of the cultivators had the same thought. First, they felt that the name was not good, and second, they didn't think that there was anything good in the name. It was estimated that only those who were a little poor would come in to choose. The goods inside were just like the name of the store, they looked inconspicuous, and most of them were cheap and second-hand goods. At a glance, there weren't many things that could make people's eyes light up. Yang Chen didn't care about this. With a smile on his face, after greeting the shopkeeper, he sat down at the big square table that the shopkeeper showed him. The shopkeeper didn't speak much, but he was very attentive, and hurriedly served the fragrant tea, but the tea didn't seem to be of high quality, not to mention the tea foam. The fragrance was not very strong. However, Yang Chen didn't seem to mind at all, and directly picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Then he put down the teacup and said to the shopkeeper, "I happened to pass by. I want to buy some space-type magic weapons. I don't know if the shopkeeper has any suitable goods here?" The shopkeeper seemed to be a house cultivator who didn't care much about the situation outside. When Yang Chen came in, he was holding a jade slip and slowly reading it. Only when there was a guest that he greeted. When he heard Yang Chen say that he wanted to buy a space-type magic weapon, he nodded and directly turned around to search the shelves, and after a while, he came back with more than a dozen magic weapons. There aren't many space-type magic weapons, but the price is not cheap. Finally, the shopkeeper said a rare sentence, and then sat opposite to Yang Chen and watched him choose. "Isn't your store called Shabby Pavilion? Why is it so expensive?" Yang Chen picked up a piece and looked at it. It was a medicine garden, with a radius of 100 miles. The thing was not very big, but the spiritual qi inside was very rich. It was a bit stronger than the average medicine garden, but the price was not ordinary. According to this price, at least 3 higher-grade magic weapons could be bought in ordinary shop. Shabby Pavilion. Coming in once, going out will be shabby. The shopkeeper didn't get angry because of Yang Chen's words. On the contrary, he seemed to be very happy to answer this question. With a smile on his face he said, "This is the meaning of Shabby Pavilion, don't misunderstand." Yang Chen was dumbfounded. So this was the meaning of the name. He had guessed wrong. But then again, this thing really didn't match the price. Take this herb garden as an example. According to normal business, this herb garden would be at least 3 times more expensive than the price. If all the goods here were priced like this, then Yang Chen could understand why the super immortal's cave in his previous life could be placed here for thousands of years without anyone asking about it. The spirit stones of cultivators didn't grow on trees. If they could buy good things at a low price in other places, why would they come here and become poor? Most cultivators who came in and saw this kind of tea foam service, then saw this kind of quality and this kind of price, most of them would turn around and leave without saying anything. The small portion that was left behind was probably very cultured. Sitting with them for a while was probably their limit. As for buying things, no matter how rich the cultivators were, they wouldn't be willing to be spendthrift, right? Shopkeeper, how long does it take for your Shabby Pavilion to sell a magic treasure? Yang Chen casually put down the herb garden in his hand and picked up another cave mansion. He asked casually as he explored it, "Do you know who you are?" Hearing the hidden meaning in Yang Chen's words, the shopkeeper couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He said heavily, "If you don't know what's good, then don't buy it. I think I'm selling it too cheaply." Although his words were harsh, Yang Chen could hear the lack of confidence in his voice. He couldn't help but laugh. The shopkeeper probably understood what Yang Chen was laughing about. He knew his own business, but he couldn't refute it. He could only mutter, "Of course, it still depends on your luck. If your luck is bad, you can't blame others." "Why do you say that?" Yang Chen asked curiously. Selling at such a ridiculous price, yet the store didn't go bankrupt. Obviously, there were still people who bought it. He just didn't know why. Among the magic treasures in this store, there are a few that are different. The shopkeeper probably said this to the customers many times. He was very familiar with it. If the esteemed customer can find it, then it will be priced according to the normal price. But if the esteemed customer doesn't know what's good, then don't blame this store for earning spirit stones. There was such a saying? Yang Chen was surprised, but he quickly understood. Everyone had a gambling habit. Even cultivators were no exception. Moreover, no one wanted others to say that they didn't know what was good. After entering this store and being said by the shopkeeper, Even if they didn't want to buy it, they had to buy it. Don't look at the store. The name was not good. Even the shopkeeper was not good. However, the way they sold things simply captured people's hearts. In particular, Yang Chen saw that the better the things were, the higher the price. Although it was normal for good things to be sold at a higher price. However, this shabby pavilion was obviously not the case. The better the things were, the more outrageous the price. According to Yang Chen's own estimation, the price of the things was 4 to 5 times or even 10 times higher. Some of the lower-level things were obviously not good. However, the probability of a super good thing appearing in a magic treasure was even higher. In order to save face and reduce their losses, those buyers who insisted that they knew what was good had to spend more spirit stones to prove themselves. Good business. Yang Chen put the second small immortal cave aside. He put it together with the medicine garden that he had just seen. Then he picked up the third immortal cave. As soon as he got his hands on it, Yang Chen's heart moved. This immortal cave was very small. It was only 10 miles in radius. It was just a slightly bigger manor. This kind of immortal cave was actually the most chicken ribs. In general, those who were really poor would either not be able to afford an immortal cave, or they would use a simple courtyard of 1 or 2 acres, which could shelter them from the wind and rain. Those who really had a little bit of wealth would definitely have an immortal cave that was thousands of miles long. It was best to have a spiritual vein inside. However, this 10 miles long immortal cave was not big or small. There was no spiritual vein inside. It was just an ordinary manor. In addition to being able to take it with him, there was almost no other meaning to it. How many spirit stones would it cost to casually find a place to build a 10 miles long manor? It was not worth it to spend tens of thousands of times the price to buy such a manor that could be taken with him. Just how much of a fool would he buy it? Carefully exploring with his spiritual consciousness, Yang Chen did not find any abnormalities. It was just an ordinary 10 miles long manor. If it were not for this immortal cave being very similar to the one in the legend, Yang Chen would have thought that this was the most ordinary manor. Chapter 2048. Good things must not be missed. Yang Chen's interest was piqued. He put this thing aside and continued to look at the other immortal cave magic treasures. In any case, he knew that there was something fishy. The shopkeeper also admitted that there might be a few good things inside. He might as well buy them and slowly decipher them. To Yang Chen's surprise, there was more than one such immortal cave manor. Yang Chen looked at 3 in a row, all of which had the same specifications. Except for the different layout of the manor, everything else was basically the same. Even the price was about the same. With this, Yang Chen had 4 small immortal caves that met the requirement. The rest were either big immortal caves or herbal gardens. There were more than a dozen of them. Although the number was not much, the price added up was very outrageous. Just these dozen herbal gardens and immortal caves added together would cost hundreds of jin of top-grade spirit stones. A few hundred kilograms of top-grade spirit stones were just a drop in the bucket for Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't care. He gathered all the magic weapons of the Immortal's cave that he had seen to his side. He said very heroically, "I want all of these. Are there any space magic weapons?" The shopkeeper of the shabby pavilion thought that Yang Chen, who seemed to be an earthly immortal, would at most take one. He did not expect that Yang Chen would not even bargain and take all of them. The shopkeeper was shocked. A business with hundreds of jin of top-grade spirit stones was a big business no matter where it was. When he thought that such a big business could be done in just a few moments, the shopkeeper could not help but feel excited. This was a big customer. He could not be neglected. "Dare I ask, is it Grandmaster Yang?" Hearing that Yang Chen wanted all the spatial magic treasures and even more, the shopkeeper was not an ignorant person. He immediately thought of the most popular spatial magic treasure buyer in the business world, Yang Chen. At the same time, the shopkeeper also wanted to slap himself in the face. From the beginning, when Yang Chun asked him to take out all the space magic weapons, he should have thought of it. If he knew that it was Grandmaster Yang who was an alchemist, the price would have been raised by at least 50%. Grandmaster Yang was a rare rich man. Why would he care about hundreds of gene of top-grade spirit stones? That's right. Yang Chun nodded. His identity was not a secret, and no one in the marketplace would use force. It did not matter if he told the shopkeeper. Since it's Grandmaster Yang, I still have a few trump cards. I'll bring them to you right away. The smile on the shopkeeper's face became even more obvious. He quickly turned around and came out with a few more items. The shopkeeper who was walking over had a look of reluctance on his face. Of course, it wasn't because he was reluctant to sell his goods, but because the time was too short and the quality of the goods was almost the same. He didn't have enough time to change the price to a higher one. Just like before, Yang Chun checked them one by one, then nodded and said, "I want all of these. Let's settle the bill." There were a few of them that were obviously of higher quality. Of course, their prices were also quite good. At the very least, ordinary cultivators would definitely feel their hearts bleed if they saw these black-hearted prices. The funny thing was that there were also 2 Tenli manors with similar prices. It was not easy for the shopkeeper to raise the price. Because of this, it was difficult for the shopkeeper to raise the price. The onlookers were the enemies of the merchants. The cultivators were doing business for a long time. It was only a cup of tea's time. A total of 983 gene of top-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper of the shabby pavilion was absolutely good at accounting. He did not even need to use an abacus. He directly calculated the answer in his mind. Okay. Yang Chun nodded and agreed. He put the total of more than 20 space magic weapons into his Qiankuan bag. He would have to pay the spirit stones. Grandmaster, do you want to round it up? The shopkeeper knew that Yang Chun was straightforward. At this time, one more business was one more business. His shabby pavilion could really be considered as not opening for business for 3 years. It was not easy to meet such a big customer. Of course, he had to do a good job. Shopkeeper, do you still have a space magic weapon that you haven't taken out? When Yang Chun heard the word round up, he was amused. This shopkeeper really only had eyes for money. There is one more thing. The shopkeeper encountered a big business. He could not care about anything else. He gritted his teeth and pointed. Grandmaster, what do you think of my small shop? It is also a space magic weapon, and it is also refined by an expert, including 17 gene of top-grade spirit stones, a total of 1,000 gene. How about it? Listening to the shopkeeper, Yang Chun could not help but admire him. The shops in the marketplace were basically space magic weapons. Otherwise, if there were too many customers, they would not be able to accommodate them. This was especially true for big businesses. Each shop looked small, but after entering, there were pavilions and pavilions. There was no need to worry about the number of customers. However, this small shop of the shabby pavilion could barely be regarded as a space magic weapon. It was too small. Even if it was not fully opened, it was estimated that at most it was a 10 li manor. The part that was not shown was probably the shopkeeper's own residence. This guy was also a wonderful person. When he found that he could make money, he even sold the shop he lived in. He was really a real businessman. Okay, I don't need more than 10 gene. Count them all in. Yang Chun did not care. He was rich and overbearing. Since they had delivered themselves to his door, then he would count them as one. When he came in, he found that the shop was a bit new. Maybe the last business to sell the shop was not long ago. When Yang Chun came out of the shabby pavilion, there was no more shabby pavilion in the marketplace. To be exact, there was no more shabby pavilion because the whole shop was sold to Yang Chun. The shopkeeper did not lose anything in this business. On average, he sold them at least 4 times the original price. Even if he had lost his shop and a place to live, the shopkeeper still kept boasting to Yang Chun, Grandmaster really has a good eye. There are so many things, and each of them is absolutely worth it. Wait for this small shop to go and buy a batch of new product. We will welcome Grandmaster again in the future. All the goods had been put into the shopkeeper's Cosmos bag. The shop and the 20 or so space-type magical weapons belonged to Yang Chen. The shopkeeper's face was filled with a happy smile. Just from the radiance on his face, it could be seen that he had made a big profit this time. The surrounding cultivators also looked at Yang Chen and the shopkeeper strangely. The people who often came here knew about the business of the shabby pavilion. Even the shop was sold. No one knew how many spirit stones this young cultivator had been cheated of. However, they were not responsible for the sales of the goods in the marketplace. It was not like they were cheated. No one would stand up for them. This time he got 4 large Immortals caves, and there were 6 possibilities, one of which was the 10-mile manor of the Super Immortals cave. Yang Chen was also in a good mood. He slowly paced and looked around the market, waiting for the girls to finish shopping, so that they could enjoy the fun of treasure hunting together. He believed that everyone would be very happy if they found a super immortal cave in the 10-mile manor. Chapter 2049. The market was not big, so the women did not spend too much time shopping. In less than a day, all of them returned to Yang Chen's side. The women who came back began to show the good things they had bought in the Dragon Palace, hidden deep underground. This was also a happy moment for everyone when they shared their spoils of war, and it was also the most lively time for the Dragon Palace ceremony. Along the way, this has become a fixed program for everyone after passing through various markets, and it was very popular with everyone. In addition to a lot of space magic weapons bought for Gong Sunling, the others were bought according to personal preferences and uses. Anyway, Yang Chen was rich and any of the women was a rich woman, so they would not hesitate to buy things. In addition to all kinds of fancy magic weapons, there were also some beautiful jewelry. Of course, these jewelry had their own special uses, not just for beauty. Everyone introduced their gains to each other and shared their shopping fun. This was a happy moment for the women. Even if Yang Chen was not interested in shopping, he listened patiently with a smile. As they talked, everyone turned the topic to Yang Chen. Several of them heard about the feat of Yang Chen buying other people's stores. One by one, they laughed and trembled. After laughing, they also asked Yang Chen to talk about his shopping experience. Yang Chen did not hide it. This was a happy moment for everyone and it was good to talk about it to make the beauties smile. After talking about his shopping experience very readily, the women were also stunned after laughing. 1,000 gene of top-quality spirit stones bought more than 20 space magic weapons? Among them, there were 6 or 7 at the level of the 10-mile manor. Even if the shopkeeper of the shabby pavilion was telling the truth and there might be good things inside, wasn't this too much of a scam? However, the women were still very convinced by their husbands' eyesight. Many of them had experienced the experience of Yang Chen finding treasures from various legendary materials. Since her husband could buy these space magic weapons at more than several times the price, there must be something good inside. More than 20 space-type magic weapons were placed in front of the women. No one let Yang Chen say which one he liked. Everyone began to rely on their own eyesight to judge which one it was. This was an interesting game, and everyone was in high spirits. Yang Chen's wives and concubines all participated, and even the maids were not left behind. Everyone picked one item and waited for Yang Chen to announce the answer. Lady Fanghua was having a good time. She even set the odds for each magic treasure. Then, everyone placed their bets and waited for Yang Chen to reveal his card. The girls were having fun playing their little games, but Yang Chen smiled bitterly. Up until now, he still hadn't confirmed which manor he was looking for. He didn't know what method the expert who refined the super immortal cave used, but even with Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness, he still couldn't find anything fishy about it. This person really hid it deep enough. It was impossible to open the cards, so Yang Chun could only pick them up one by one and carefully explore each one again, checking and judging through various methods. As soon as they saw Yang Chun like this, the women realized that their husband was also not sure, which made everyone's interest even more high. They also joined in and checked with Yang Chun. Obviously, this was the place that Yang Chun found according to a legend, and it was premeditated for a long time. Otherwise, their husband would not buy things at several times the price for no reason. It seemed that Yang Chun had been setting up this game since a long time ago, including purchasing various space-type magic weapons in various markets. Others didn't know, but Gong Sunling understood it best. This small immortal cave now had a limited effect on the mountain river geographical map, but it was better than nothing. It was because of the large number that it played the effect of a super immortal cave. The acquisition of space-type magic weapons for such a long time was to pave the way for today's acquisition. Even Yang Chun had to pave the way for such a long time to buy things quietly. It could be imagined what kind of level it was. With the help of the women, Yang Chun used various methods to explore the harvest this time, but he did not find any abnormalities in these immortal caves. Could it be that the super immortal cave had not been put on the shelves of the shabby pavilion at this time? If this was the case, then Yang Chun would have lost a lot this time. He bought a batch of mediocre space-type magic weapons at several times the price. By the way, husband, what about the store you bought? Sun Qingxue checked them one by one and couldn't find out which one it was, so she simply gave up and asked purely out of curiosity, I would like to see what kind of store the profiteer shopkeeper sold to you. Sun Qingxue's words made Yang Chun startled, and then he realized that he did not take out the last store to make up the number. Not only that, Yang Chun finally just put away the store, and never used his spiritual awareness to carefully check the store of the shabby pavilion. It was dark under the light. Yang Chun smiled bitterly and found the store from the Qiankuan bag. Because this store has always been on the street of the market, and it was still an owner. No matter which cultivator, as long as they were not mortal enemies and did not want to fight, they would not use their spiritual awareness to check the things that were imprinted by others. Yang Chun had always thought that this was the shopkeeper's thing, so he had never checked it. Without saying anything, he first let Xiao Tian go out and swallow the spiritual awareness imprint of the shopkeeper, and then Yang Chun began to check it carefully. The women were also unwilling to be left behind, and one by one, they all explored the store space with their spiritual awareness. It's very ordinary. Sun Qingxue was the first to withdraw. It was just a 10-mile manor, nothing special. With the withdrawal of Sun Qingxue, the women also withdrew one by one. Their spiritual awareness swept several times. It was just an ordinary small immortal's cave, and no one found any abnormalities. On the other hand, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness checked it inch by inch. When the spiritual awareness swept over an area over and over again, Yang Chen finally found something unusual, and a smile appeared on his face. Discovering an unusual point, and then deliberately looking for different things, Yang Chen quickly found several different places. By now, Yang Chen was basically certain that this was the super immortal's cave he was looking for. The three purities' secret art was still strong enough, so the concealment was still found by Yang Chen. Otherwise, Yang Chen would doubt whether the three purities' Tao ancestor gave him the complete three purities' secret art. That's it. Yang Chen made the final decision and gave a definitive answer. Looking at the curious women, he couldn't help but smile, and then asked, "Do you want to go in and have a look?" "Let's go and have a look." Of course, the women were curious and wanted to see what kind of good things could make Yang Chen tempted, so naturally they agreed one by one. Soon, the figures of Yang Chen and the women disappeared in this shabby store. Chapter 2050. In the beginning, everyone first appeared in the shop, and the empty shelves above also showed everyone that it was a small shop not long ago. Going out from the door leading to the back, there was really a big manor outside. The shopkeeper's things were thoroughly searched. Basically, except for the empty room, there was no furniture, not even the lowest stool was left for Yang Chen. It could be seen that the shopkeeper was a profiteer. At first, the women definitely wouldn't let Yang Chen say the answer, and they had to find it themselves. Yang Chen even had a definite answer: there must be something wrong with this shop's Immortal's Cave. If they still couldn't find it, it could only be said that this Immortal's Cave was too magical. Of course, Yang Chen would not spoil the mood of the girls. He made a table under a big tree in the manor, while enjoying the cool tea, and then watched the girls busy in the manor, looking for suspicious places in the manor. However, no matter how hard the women tried, even if they searched inside and out several times, they couldn't find anything wrong inch by inch. Yang Chen was not surprised by this. If he hadn't known that there was such a super Immortal's Cave in his previous life, this Immortal's Cave would probably have been ignored in front of him. Otherwise, no one would have cared about it for thousands of years in his previous life. Even the owner who got it took more than 2,000 years to discover the mystery of it by chance and get a super Immortal's Cave. But what was that chance, others didn't know. This was also the reason why Yang Chen couldn't directly determine which one it was. Others had it in their hands for more than 2,000 years, and they didn't find any clues. If the women found it after coming in for a while, wouldn't it be a joke? Yang Chen didn't point it out. Anyway, the women were very hardworking. Such a game was also an alternative relaxation for them. All the women were also talented people, and none of them were willing to admit defeat easily. If even their own husband told them that there was a problem with this Immortal's Cave, and they still couldn't find the problem with it, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? So all the women were holding back in their hearts, and they must find the abnormality inside. Unfortunately, Yang Chen had already changed the tea leaves 3 times, using the smallest teacup, but after such a long time, the girls still had nothing. However, looking at her husband drinking tea leisurely, the women did not want to admit defeat. They could only grit their teeth and began to divide into several different areas. Each person was responsible for an area, and then they carefully checked it little by little. They probed with their divine senses, observed with their naked eyes, and sometimes even tested with their spiritual power. However, no matter what methods they used, the manor looked like an ordinary manor. Don't just look inside the manor. When Yang Chen replaced the tea leaves with the jade dragon brew, he finally gave a hint. Don't just look at the manor? This made the women feel very strange. This was originally a manor, and the edge of the manor was the courtyard wall. What else was there outside? The girls doubtfully began to inspect the edge of the space. Just as everyone expected, the courtyard wall was the edge, and beyond that was the barrier of space. He walked along the walls of the courtyard and didn't find any problems with the barrier. He was almost back to square one. Yang Chen's hint didn't work at all. After checking it a few times again, the women finally gave up this futile action. Sun Qingxue returned to Yang Chen's side and helped Yang Chen massage his shoulders, and then said coquettishly, "Husband, give me more hints. What distinguishes the inside and outside of the manor?" Yang Chen asked a question with a smile. "The courtyard wall," Gong Sunling replied subconsciously, and then suddenly realized. With a cheer, she immediately rushed to the courtyard wall. The other women also heard the hint and began to study the courtyard wall without thinking. The others began to study the courtyard wall, but Zhou Xianying simply rushed to the courtyard wall and began to attack it. Anyway, it was just a 10-mile cave residence. It was just a courtyard wall, so it didn't matter if it was broken. She wasn't afraid of breaking the super magic weapon. The super magic weapon that could tempt Yang Chen would not be afraid of the attack of a heaven immortal. As soon as Zhou Xianying started, the others also followed suit. In a short while, a large part of the courtyard wall was all shattered. This looked very normal. The only abnormal place was that there was an area about 10 feet long. Under the attack of everyone, there was no movement. This area was not far from the big tree that Yang Chen was sitting on. Now everyone could see that something was wrong. Zhou Xianying, Lady Fanghua and a group of maids were 32 heaven immortal experts, but they couldn't do anything to a mere courtyard wall. There was a lot of potential inside. Yang Chen couldn't make a move now, because most of the divine sense in his sea of consciousness was fighting against the golden immortal tribulation. So whether it was using divine sense to explore or other things, he could only use a small part of it. But the attack of 32 heaven immortal experts couldn't do anything. The courtyard wall was so strong, what should they do next? If they couldn't break the courtyard wall, they couldn't see the world behind it. Even if the women wanted to see it, they couldn't. Shanshan, try to attack with all your strength. Yang Qin watched from the side and gave pointers. Sure, Shanshan didn't make a move just now, she was just watching. Seeing that Zhou Xianying and the others couldn't do anything, she didn't have any other thoughts. Since her husband called her name, sure Shanshan naturally wouldn't hold back. She attacked with her supreme pure yang sword qi and slashed at the courtyard wall with all her strength. It could be said that among the women, in terms of attack power, sure Shanshan's supreme pure yang sword qi was definitely the strongest. Although the coverage wasn't big, within the attack range of the sword qi, few people could block it. When the sword attacked, there was a sizzling sound on the courtyard wall, and a small hole appeared. After sending out this sword with all her strength, sure Shanshan didn't have any excess strength and sat down softly. Sure Wushuang was already prepared and immediately helped sure Shanshan to Yang Chen's side. With a hole in the wall, the solid courtyard wall was basically useless. Zhou Xianying and Lady Fanghua attacked a few times, and the courtyard wall collapsed and no longer existed. Behind the courtyard wall was a big hole, which was originally covered by the courtyard wall, and even spiritual sense couldn't penetrate it. Now that the courtyard wall had disappeared, everything was revealed, and spiritual sense could also easily explore the situation behind. The girls immediately discovered that there was an unimaginably vast space outside the cave. No matter how the women urged their spiritual sense, there was no way to explore the edge of that space. There's no need to try. This cave abode has a radius of more than 1,000,000 miles, it's the largest cave abode I've ever seen. Yang Chen stood up with Sure Shanshan in his arms and said to the women, "Let's go, let's see what's inside." Chapter 2051. Out of the gap in the courtyard wall, there was an unimaginably vast space. Plains, mountains, rivers, and even the sea, even if they were flying in the air, they couldn't see the end at a glance. "Sister, what are you doing?" Sun Qingxue originally wanted to jump to see what was here, but when she was about to turn her head and call the girls together, she found that Gao Yu was putting away all the broken fragments of the courtyard wall, and couldn't help but ask. These things can shield spiritual awareness and isolate space. Gao Yu continued to move her hands and replied with a smile, "Let's study it, maybe we can refine something interesting." Among the women, only Gao Yu was good at refining. When she said this, all the women felt that it was reasonable. While helping, they also began to reflect on whether their husband had given them too many good things recently, so that when they saw these things they didn't think of it. This was just a small episode. After a delay of less than 10 minutes, everyone stood in the huge cave house. "Husband, how big is this place?" Zhou Xianying rarely spoke. Now that she was looking at this huge space, she asked a question that she rarely did. "I don't know." Yang Chen shook his head directly. "If you want to know, you can go out and make a spiritual awareness imprint to explore it. Sister Ling should go." Zhou Xianying knew that this was prepared by Yang Chen for Gong Sunling, so she wouldn't be so stupid to go out and explore with spiritual awareness, but she pushed it to Gong Sunling. Seeing that everyone wanted to know this answer, Gong Sunling also knew that the women would not do it. She was afraid that everyone would wait for a long time, so she hurriedly went out to do it, and soon returned to everyone. "It has a radius of more than 3,000,000 miles. When Gong Sunling said this answer, she still couldn't believe it. Such a large space, almost equivalent to a small half of the spiritual world, was this something that could be refined by human beings? The cave house space collected in the past, the mortal world's Blue Vault Mountain cave house, was only tens of thousands of miles, and it was already the core cave house of Chunyang Palace. Later on, the Languel was about the same size. It wasn't until they reached the spirit realm that they came into contact with cave abodes with a radius of more than 50,000 kilometers. Three River Alliance, Holocaust Sect, and Thousand Beasts sects core cave abodes were more than 100,000 miles in radius, which was considered a rare big cave abode. Even the cave abode left behind by the South Pole Immortal Wing's White Crane was only SOSO. Most of the cultivators' cave residences were usually less than 1,000 miles in size. Strictly speaking, even Yang Chen's Five Elements Dragon Palace was at this level. It was just that its spirit veins were filled to the brim and would never dry up. Ordinary cave dwellings were usually divided according to the diameter they covered. The smallest might be a courtyard, which could barely be considered a cave dwelling of about a mile. Then, there were cave dwellings of 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, and 10,000 miles. At the level of 10,000 kilometers, it was already a large cave abode. The 100,000 li was a sect-level super cave abode. But what about this one with a radius of more than 3 million miles? Super huge cave dwelling? The Mountain River geographical map had been refined and integrated with the previous large and small cave abode. Now, there were no experts in the spirit realm that could destroy it. What would happen if he were to fuse with this gigantic cave dwelling? Without Yang Chen's reminder, the women had already begun to look forward to it. Gong Sunling was already surprised and didn't know what to say. She didn't care about being reserved and directly threw herself into Yang Chen's arms, hugging her husband tightly. She just hugged him tightly and revealed her true feelings, but she couldn't say anything. This action was also teased by the other women. Even though they were an old couple, Gong Sunling was so shy that she didn't dare to raise her head. Everyone boarded the mysterious Heaven Nether Sea shuttle. Yang Chen directly opened up the mysterious Heaven Nether Sea shuttle's field of vision, so that everyone could see the scene inside. Then, he used the fastest speed to tour the huge cave abode. Not to mention that the cave abode was super huge, it seemed to be rich in all kinds of resources. In his previous life, this cave abode was comparable to the Dragon Palace. The reason why it had such a reputation, in addition to its large size, was because of its rich resources. Now, he couldn't see anything from a cursory glance, but after refining and integrating it, he would know what kind of treasure it was inside. As long as there were materials that could be counted in the spirit realm, except for a few extremely rare things such as underworld jade, this huge cave abode had mineral veins. Just this alone was enough to let all the cultivators in the Chunyang Palace come in. Everyone did nothing but dig, and it wouldn't be empty even after tens of thousands of years. This was not counting the spirit veins inside. Since Yang Chen started the mysterious Heaven Nether Sea shuttle, within a radius of less than 10,000 miles, he had found 3 Heaven Immortal Spirit veins, dozens of Earth Immortal Spirit veins, and thousands of human Immortal Spirit veins. With a radius of 3 million miles, one could imagine how many spirit veins there were inside. In his field of vision, there was a lush forest and grassland on the ground. Without using divine sense to explore, he could see all kinds of plants and various animals hidden in them with the naked eye. The deeper he went, the more he could see spiritual beasts. Needless to say, this place was the same as the Blue Vault Mountain cave abode. There must be various levels of demons inside. After seeing so much, everyone was already sighing. The 4 essentials of cultivation were Dharma, earth, companionship, and wealth. This was a treasure land for cultivation. No matter which sect it was in, it would be the core cave abode of the sect's core cave abode. After refining this, I believe that the requirements that Brother Li Qing mentioned can be met, right? Yang Chen asked with a smile, as if he was saying it to himself, but also as if he was answering someone. Absolutely. Although Gong Sunling didn't know how high Brother Li Qing's requirements were, she was also convinced of it. Even if the mountain river geographical map had not been refined and integrated before, just refining this super cave abode alone was more than the sum of the past 2,000 years of effort by more than dozens of times. Further ahead, everyone found higher cultivation level nascent soul stage and even human immortal stage beasts. It was believed that if they went deeper, there must be a large number of stronger earth immortals, heaven immortals, and even Xian immortals. The only pity was that there was no heavenly tribulation in this cave abode. No matter how strong these beasts were, they were just pseudo-masters who had not crossed the tribulation. Speaking of which, the nature was very similar to the nature of the natives of the spiritual world. It could be said that this was the world of the demon race's natives. Good place. Yang Chen sighed. I believe that Fatty Jing, Lao Gui, and Ho Yun will be willing to come here to establish a sect. All the women covered their mouths and snickered. Their husband had not fully controlled and collected this huge cave abode, but he had already thought so much. However, these cultivators who followed their husband were really lucky. Their husband did not forget to support them at such a time. Even to outsiders, Yang Chen was like this, let alone their family members. All the women snickered, but their hearts were full of happiness. Chapter 2052. The demons in the huge cave mansion were getting stronger and stronger. Except for a few flying demons that could catch up with the speed of the mysterious heavenly dark sea shuttle, the others could only watch the shadow of the shuttle and eat its dust. The women casually ordered their profound immortal demon guards to release some of their auras, and those flying demons were scared away. They didn't dare to chase after them anymore. The territory was so big that even with the speed of the mysterious heavenly dark sea shuttle, it would take almost half a year to go from one end to the other. Everyone was just curious to see what was inside, but they didn't intend to explore it completely. Anyway, in the future, after Gong Sunling refined it, she could go wherever she wanted. There was no need to waste time at this time. During this period, everyone also saw a lot of Xian immortal demons, all of whom were masters of their own area. They showed hostility towards the appearance of the mysterious heavenly dark sea shuttle, but Yang Chen and the others didn't mean to fight. They flew at high speed all the way and didn't cause much trouble. Okay, let's go out. Seeing that everyone was in a good mood, Yang Chen said, Ling, put the cave mansion into the mountain river geographical map and slowly refine it. In a flash, everyone appeared outside and watched with a smile as Gong Sunling put the huge cave mansion into the mountain river geographical map. Yang Chen was next to her and immediately noticed that the third primordial spirit had begun to move. Its goal was this huge cave mansion. Previously, he had bought those small cave mansions that were less than 1,000 miles away, and each of them only took a few hours. Moreover, it was thousands of them that began to refine and integrate at the same time. Now that the mountain river geographical map had Yang Chen's third primordial spirit as its weapon spirit, it seemed to have a backbone. Whether it was the refining efficiency or the quality, it had greatly improved. In the past, when Gong Sunling controlled it, she could only gather the power of all the cultivators in the mountain river geographical map and refine it together. But after all, it was not direct control. Everyone had different attributes, and a large part of it could be considered to offset each other, so it was relatively less interesting. Now that the third primordial spirit was involved, because of the balanced attributes of the 5 elements, the power of those cultivators was immediately divided into different attributes. Every type of elemental energy was directly refined under the control of his third primordial soul, and the efficiency was countless times higher than before. If one were to look at the interior of the giant cave dwelling, one would find that starting from the very edge of the cave dwelling, it was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every breath of time, the speed of melting was measured in units of 1 zhang, forming an extremely distinct thin line wherever it passed. However, the demon natives inside did not panic, because no matter which direction they looked from, apart from the abnormality in that line, the surrounding scenery was the same. Even the distribution of spiritual power had not changed, and it had no effect on their lives. However, in Gong Suanling's perception, as soon as this giant cave abode entered the mountain river geographical map, all the originally refined physical space was moved by the third primordial spirit to the lowest level, which was the mortal world in the mountain river geographical map. Then, this huge cave abode became the second level, which was the ground of the spiritual realm. The combined space of the cave abode he had fused in the past was not as big as this one, so this distribution was reasonable. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner, and the only thing that needed to be consumed was time. At this speed, it would take at least 10 or 20 years to refine and integrate the 3 million miles. This was only the initial integration, and it would take a longer time to completely refine the resources and spiritual veins inside. Gong Sunling felt it the most. She could even feel that her life source magic weapon was changing every moment and becoming stronger. Because of the integration of the cave abode, it even caused her cultivation base to become a little restless. In the midst of joy, everyone once again embarked on the journey of playing and purchasing spatial magic weapons. In Yang Chen's plan, there were still several large cave abodes that could at least be comparable to the Three River Alliance Holocaust sect and 10,000 demon sects core cave abodes still waiting for their owners. He couldn't let these cave abodes be idle, right? Even if there was a giant cave abode, one of them was worth 10 or even 100, but there was no harm in integrating more cave abodes. It must be known that the ultimate goal of Yang Chen to integrate these cave abodes was to refine the core of the demon continent and the two worlds at the exit of the monster beast space. The more prepared the better. If you walk at night too much, you will always encounter ghosts. When Yang Chen and his party arrived near the large cave abode that no one had yet discovered according to his plan, they were surprised to find that there were people blocking the way here. The Wind Cloud Palace is handling matters, unrelated people please leave. They were not in a hurry, so they took Gong Suanling's ship. Just as everyone was enjoying the beautiful scenery while flying slowly, they suddenly heard a loud shout, and then several figures appeared, each occupying a direction, faintly surrounding the ship. Because the demonic tribulation was brought forward by hundreds of years under the influence of Yang Chen, the time of the demonic tribulation was also shortened by hundreds of years. There were also some other things that had changed, and the cave abode in front of them was one of them. The reason for this was that a berserk demon beast had accidentally attacked and flattened a small mountain peak in this mountainous area. The monster didn't find anything and left directly, but when the demonic tribulation ended, some cultivators passed by here and found a corner of the array exposed under the small mountain. Originally, when they were flying normally, they didn't find anything, and everything happened by chance. This cultivator was tired from flying and found a small piece of flat land, so he decided to cultivate here. So after landing, he released his cave abode, but he didn't expect that his cave abode would be affected and couldn't land. Out of curiosity, the young cultivator checked and found a palm-sized place that was repelled. After a closer inspection, he found a small corner of the array there. This kind of array was not something that the young cultivator could touch. He was smart enough not to do it himself, but to sell this information in exchange for a few suitable magic treasures and a pile of spirit stones. This array was thus exposed to the eyes of some sect. The array formation had been set up countless years ago in order to protect that cave. The one who bought the information was the Wind Cloud Palace. They immediately sent people to investigate and found that it was likely to be an ancient ruin. They immediately sent people to surround the area and began to secretly excavate. The people who blocked the way were the experts in charge of guarding the area. An ancient ruin would be very valuable, and they would not allow outsiders to interfere. The ship of Yang Chen and the others was still thousands of miles away when it was stopped. "My sect is handling some matters ahead, please do us a favor." The second person who spoke was another person, and his tone was also very polite, but the meaning was the same. They were both asking Yang Chen's group to leave. Chapter 2053. The other party spoke politely, so Yang Chen and the others did not take it too far. In front of them was only 100,000-kilometer super cave dwelling. To Yang Chen and the others, it was no longer a necessity. Everyone came out to have fun and relax, not to fight with each other and make enemies. Inconvenient. Yang Chen held a cup of wine and stuck his head out to take a look, then waved his hand nonchalantly. Then we'll take a detour. Saying so, he put down his wine cup and cupped his hands towards the cultivator who spoke behind him. Sorry for the disturbance. Logically speaking, there was no great enmity between the two parties, and it was very likely that they did not know each other. If one party did not give way and the other party politely said that they would take a detour, then there should be no further developments. However, when Yang Chen poked his head out, he let the other party see the figure of him and a maid who was serving him drinking. Yang Chen's maids were carefully selected and trained by Lady Fanghua in the mortal realm before being sent to Yang Chen's side. Every one of them was extremely beautiful, especially when they were by Yang Chen's side. All of them wished they could show off their most beautiful and attractive side to win a smile from Yang Chen. Even the act of pouring wine was filled with extreme temptation. You want to leave? Not so easy. Not waiting for the person who spoke later to speak, the cultivator who shouted first had already rushed to open his mouth. His gaze was fixed on the maidservant next to Yang Chen, and he sneered. How could there be such a coincidence? My Wind Cloud Palace is handling some matters, and you just barge in. You will definitely not accept that you are spies, so we won't go too far. Please explain yourself to our palace master. If he agrees, then you can leave. The cultivator who spoke later didn't want to cause trouble, but when this guy opened his mouth and spoke in such a dignified manner, even bringing up the palace master of Wind Cloud Palace, he had nothing else to say. If he insisted on letting Yang Chen and the others go, then he would not be giving face to his palace master. Although he was angry at this fellow for being too talkative, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "That's right. Everyone has come at the wrong time. It's really suspicious. If you don't want to hurt our relationship, please explain yourself in front of the hall master." While speaking, he had already seen the little maid beside Yang Chen, who was a little surprised, and he immediately understood. It was obvious that his junior brother had seen the other party's beautiful maidservant and had some thoughts, but he just had to use such a clumsy excuse. When Yang Chen and the girls went out to play, the girls took turns to accompany Yang Chen, one for each day, whoever had their turn. Everyone cherished the opportunity to be with their husband and would always think of ways to make him happy. Generally speaking, when one person was around, the other women would be very tactful and not come out to pester him. Therefore, all the women were cultivating in their own rooms in the ship's cabin. This fellow from the Wind Cloud Palace was also muddle-headed. When he saw that there were only two people with a little maid, his heart was filled with evil thoughts. He used his divine sense to check and found out that Yang Chen was only a little earthly immortal early-stage cultivator, so he didn't put Yang Chen in his eyes. As for the maid who served Yang Chen, she was just a maid. How could her cultivation be higher than her master? Even if he tried to check, the other party probably wouldn't be able to see through the maid's cultivation. The main reason was because Yang Chen's cultivation was lower than the maid's. Although Yang Chen didn't care, the maid was very mindful of this. Every time they were around Yang Chen, they would suppress their cultivation so that they wouldn't overshadow their beloved. It was also the fault of Madame Fanghua and the maids to cultivate this brilliant and colorful spirit method that was too pure. It was one of the best cultivation methods of the demon sex, and it was also the most good at confusing people's hearts. If they have the intention to hide their own cultivation base, how could the average cultivator see through it? A few silhouettes slowly approached from afar and surrounded the ship. The ship wasn't as hidden as the mysterious Heaven Dark Sea Shuttle, and there was also a warning array set up here, so it was very easy to find them. With so many people surrounding them, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to run even if they wanted to. The cultivators surrounding them were all experts at the peak of the earthly immortal stage, so it was more than enough to deal with a little earthly immortal early-stage cultivator. Everyone knew about their companion's illness. Anyway, they were far away from the Emperor, and there weren't any other cultivators here. At most, they would just destroy the corpse and get rid of the evidence. Who would know what happened here? Are you sure? Yang Chun raised his wine cup again, and the little maid beside him naturally raised the jade pot and filled the cup. Yang Chun leisurely took a sip, then asked the guy who wanted them to stay. In response to Yang Chen's words, the little maid beside him directly released her aura. She was originally enjoying the world with her beloved, but someone actually didn't have eyes. How could the demon girl who cultivated the 1,000 colors spiritual method not see the lustful light in that guy's eyes? Daring to disturb her beloved was courting death. As soon as the aura of a heaven immortal expert was released, the surrounding people panicked. The people surrounding them didn't expect that the timid little maid who could only be held in one's arms was actually a terrifying heaven immortal expert, and she even pretended to be a weak woman. You, a dignified heaven immortal expert, are so servile to an earthly immortal junior. Isn't this a trap? It's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. The relatively polite cultivator immediately sensed that something was wrong, and raised his hand and shouted. This time, his companion had kicked an iron plate. The other party had a heaven immortal expert, and with so many cultivators present, they probably wouldn't be able to deal with it. Although the experts of the sect nearby would be able to sense the aura of a heaven immortal expert, and they would also send reinforcements, weren't they the ones who would bear the brunt? It wasn't worth it to put themselves in danger because of a companion's dirty thoughts. Those who weren't directly related to this matter naturally thought so, but the guy who had such thoughts knew that he was finished. Regardless of whether the other party attacked or not, he wouldn't have it easy. Rather than that, he might as well provoke the other party to kill the others, and he might be able to survive by relying on the defensive artifact that he had just obtained. At that time, wouldn't he be able to say whatever he wanted? He could push the blame onto Yang Chen, and say that they wanted to force their way in. Would the sect not believe him, and instead believe two outsiders? They really are spies. The guy who had such thoughts didn't wait for Yang Chen to speak, and immediately interrupted and shouted, "You guys came here in disguise, are you looking down on my wind cloud palace?" As he shouted, he had already crushed the warning jade talisman. Actually, he didn't need to do this. The sect had already sensed that something was wrong here. But with this action, attacking the guards, and releasing their aura, didn't this make Yang Chen's actions even more suspicious? Now, they just had to wait for Yang Chen and the other party to make a move, and their wishful thinking would be considered half successful. Chapter 2054. It's a misunderstanding. They were all cultivators of the same sect. At this moment, no one could guess what this guy was thinking. A few of them spoke up at the same time, saying that it was a misunderstanding. But this guy, who wanted to make things worse, would not allow these people to clear up the misunderstanding. Just as they spoke, he had already made his move. Chi, the sound of the flying sword slicing through the air was so ear-piercing that everyone wanted to tear this incompetent person into a million pieces. However, the reality in front of them no longer allowed them to think any further. They could only be bound together and attack together. How could anyone offend the dignity of a heaven immortal expert? This guy's words and actions had completely angered the heaven immortal expert. Not to mention the opponent, if they had such a cultivation, who wouldn't retaliate after being cursed and attacked by a junior. The guy from the Wind Cloud Palace was fast, but the little servant girl was even faster. Just as the flying sword flew close to Yang Chen, the little servant girl's figure had already appeared in front of the guy who spoke rudely. Angry that he had ruined her and her beloved, the little servant girl was merciless. Sword light flashed and the opponent's 6 sun leader flew into the sky. While he was still in the air, he was grabbed by little Su Nu's slender hand and quickly returned to the ship. At this moment, the opponent's flying sword had just flown to Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen gently stretched out his hand, and the ownerless flying sword was easily grasped in his hand. He casually waited a few times, shook his head, and directly threw it to Xiao Tian for him to play with. Who dares to kill my Wind Cloud Palace disciple? The culprit had been beheaded, and Yang Chen did not seem to have any intention of pursuing the matter. The remaining Wind Cloud Palace disciples heaved a sigh of relief, and were about to explain the misunderstanding to Yang Chen when they suddenly heard a shout from afar. Oh no! This misunderstanding could not be explained. While everyone was complaining in their hearts, they also heaved a sigh of relief. From the sound of the voice, it was a heaven immortal expert from the sect. If he rushed over, at least they would not be at a disadvantage. No matter how the negotiations went, they didn't have to worry about their lives for the time being. Yang Chen and the little maid didn't continue to fight. This kind of meaningless fight was the most boring. It was enough to get rid of the main culprit. There was no need to dwell on it. However, just because Yang Chen thought so, it didn't mean that everyone else thought so. There were many unreasonable people in the world, and the person in front of them happened to be one of them. Are you the one who killed people from the Wind Cloud Palace? There was more than one person rushing over, but the leader was a late Heaven Immortal expert, and there were a few early Heaven Immortal experts by his side, looking very majestic. When he saw the scene in front of him, he immediately shouted at the little handmaiden who was still holding a head in her hand. As soon as this person appeared, the few cultivators who had just stopped Yang Chen immediately bowed to the other party and said, "I have seen the elder." The other party ignored them and waved his hand directly. His eyes were still directed at the little maid. "It's me." With the head that she had just severed in her hand, the maidservant did not intend to deny it and admitted it directly. "It's good that you admit it." The other party was probably a big shot in the Wind Cloud Palace. His tone was full of command. "Put down the flying sword and surrender. I'll give you a chance to explain. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Yang Chen had also seen a lot of big figures. Which of the sect masters of the major sects was not polite when they saw Yang Chen? How could they be like this guy who was not satisfied with half a bottle of wine? He really thought that he could cover the sky with one hand. His heart suddenly felt very uncomfortable. "Don't you want to ask the people around you what happened?" Yang Chen asked with a frown. Although he asked, he was sighing in his heart. He didn't want to cause trouble, but there was someone who didn't want to get what he wanted. The disciples of the Wind Cloud Palace will be taken care of later. The elder waved his hand and stopped Yang Chen's next words. He said coldly, "But you killed the disciples of the Wind Cloud Palace. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you have to leave a life as compensation." As the elder spoke, the few Heaven Immortal experts that he had brought with him had surrounded the ship again. It seemed that they had already taken care of Yang Chen and the maidservant. "Is this your idea or the idea of the Wind Cloud Palace?" Yang Chen was still not angry. He just asked calmly, "Is there any difference between my idea and the idea of the Wind Cloud Palace?" The elder sneered and replied disdainfully. At a time like this, instead of thinking about escaping or begging for mercy, they still asked such an indifferent question. They were simply too idiot. "There is a difference." Yang Chen sighed helplessly and said, "If it's your idea, then we'll find you alone. If it's the idea of the Wind Cloud Palace, then we'll have to find the entire Wind Cloud Palace. There's a big difference. No matter who you know from the Wind Cloud Palace, it can't erase your sin of killing the disciples of the Wind Cloud Palace." The elder didn't want to say anything more to Yang Chen. "If you know what's good for you, then surrender and leave a life as compensation. If you can explain it, the remaining one can live. Otherwise, don't blame us for bullying you with our numbers. In the elder's mind, the maidservant was obviously from the demon sect. Needless to say, she must have seduced a junior from the Tao sect to have some fun. She definitely wouldn't protect him with her life. He didn't say who would be left alive. Naturally, he was waiting for the little maid to expose the nature of the witch and abandon Yang Chun. He also let the younger generation, who seemed to be confident, know the dangers of the spiritual world. However, what he didn't expect was that his words didn't seem to have any effect at all. The scene that he was looking forward to didn't appear. This was really a bit confusing. Is there a lot of people? Yang Chun looked around and curled his lips helplessly again. It doesn't look like there are a lot of people. Following Yang Chun's words, 9 maidservants wearing different colored clothes gracefully walked out of the cabin of the ship. All of them were fairy immortals. The 9 maidservants didn't hide their realms. They just walked out quietly and then gently put away the dishes on the table in front of Yang Chun. The last 2 carried the jade table away, as if they came out to clean up the leftovers from Yang Chun's feast. Including the elder himself, there were only 6 fairy immortals in total. They thought that they had already defeated Yang Chun and Yang Chun. They didn't expect that Yang Chun still had such a card up his sleeve. It would be a joke to say that there were more people. Send a warning. It seems that the Wind Cloud Palace has been quiet for too long. Many people have become complacent. The elder didn't get angry but laughed instead. After laughing for a while, he said, "None of you can leave today." Sigh. Wind Cloud Palace. Yang Chun sighed helplessly. He looked at the elder's angry face and shook his head. Why bother? What a pity. Chapter 2055. This area spanning a radius of several thousand kilometers contained an ancient ruin. This was information that the Wind Cloud Palace had obtained from a junior cultivator after spending a huge sum of money. In order to keep it a secret, the Wind Cloud Palace Hall Master had personally sent a core elder to kill that cultivator. He did not want anyone to know about the secret of this area. The poor cultivator had thought that he would be able to make a fortune with this accidental discovery. He did not expect to end up like this. In fact, the ancient ruins were spread out over a radius of 100 miles at most. But to be on the safe side, the Wind Cloud Palace Hall Master had mobilized the entire sect's power to seal off the entire area, just for this one gamble. Everyone knew that if there was a protective formation, there would definitely be an inheritance. There must be many things in this ancient ruins that other sects would go crazy over. The Wind Cloud Palace was a second-rate sect. Its development over the years had not been very smooth, especially after the Devil Calamity. When the Devil Calamity broke out, the Wind Cloud Palace had lost a large number of disciples. Coupled with their bad luck, the sect was too far away from the Sunset Cliff. They did not even have the chance to be protected by Chunyang Palace. Fortunately, the sect had a few experts with foresight. They brought most of the cultivators into their cave mansions and finally made it to a safe place before the demonic beasts filled the area. However, the sect's territory had been completely destroyed. This ancient ruins was the key to the Wind Cloud Palace's rise again. A safe territory with an unknown amount of inheritance. If the resources inside were sufficient, it would be enough to satisfy the development of a super sect, let alone a small Wind Cloud Palace. Because of this, the entire Wind Cloud Palace had high expectations for this ancient ruins. They would not allow anyone to disrupt their excavation work. This was also one of the reasons why the elder dared to be so unyielding. The entire formation was about to take shape under the hard work of the Wind Cloud Palace disciples. They were about to see the door to the ancient ruins. Just as everyone was happily looking forward to it, a warning suddenly came. Immediately, the Wind Cloud Palace Hall Master and the others were furious. No matter who they are, no matter what their status is, kill them all. The warning said that there were more than 10 cultivators, including a Heaven Immortal expert. Without hesitation, the Wind Cloud Palace Hall Master gave the order to kill. Although the Wind Cloud Palace was only a second-rate sect, It was only because of the limited number of disciples that they could recruit. But there was no lack of true experts. Not to mention the others, there were over 20 mysterious immortal realm experts, and it was even more than the experts of some first-rate sect. These experts were the confidants of the Wind Cloud Palace. At this critical moment, they could not afford to make any mistake. Someone had barged in and triggered the alarm. That meant that they had made an enemy out of the entire Wind Cloud Palace. They were just a few cultivators. So what if they were killed? As long as he didn't let any of them go, he would even dare to kill people from the Black Heaven sect. The wrong time, the wrong place, and the wrong motive led to a wrong decision and an irreconcilable war. The ancient ruins was a major event, so the Wind and Cloud Palace Lord had to personally oversee it. Killing someone was a small matter, so he could just send a hall master to lead the experts. Just in case, they sent 2 Xian immortal experts this time, which was enough. It wouldn't take long for 2 Xian immortal experts to reach a distance of less than 3,000 miles. They rushed very quickly, not because they were worried that something would happen to their own disciples, but because they were afraid that if they were too slow, there would be nothing left for them to do by the time they arrived. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. You want to kill me, so I will accept this karma. When there was still some time left, the 2 Xian immortal experts heard Yizhen's deep voice, as if he was chanting something. Hearing the voice, the 2 of them didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly rushed over with tens of experts from the sect. There must have been a fight in front, otherwise he wouldn't be saying such words. Rushing quickly and slowly, when the experts of the Wind Cloud Palace arrived at the location where the alarm was triggered, they saw a scene that made their eyes almost pop out of their sockets. A group of women in colorful robes were leisurely serving a man on a flying ship magic treasure. Around the ship, there were more than 10 corpses of Wind Cloud Palace disciples. The blood that covered the ground was like a side dish for the man to go with his wine. If this could be tolerated, what could not be tolerated? The cultivators that rushed over were not cowardly cultivators. What else could they say in this situation? Attack. Because there were 2 Xian immortal experts, the movement was much bigger. What made the 2 Xian immortal experts surprised was that these women in colorful clothes obviously used a very special formation. 28 people surrounded all the experts in the formation. Relying on the formation, they killed those cultivators who exposed their weaknesses one by one. The man didn't make a move at all. He had been sitting at the bow of the ship, holding a small jade cup and drinking. He seemed to have turned a blind eye to the scene in front of him. This was not the most infuriating thing. The most infuriating thing was that there were 2 women in colorful clothes beside the man. They didn't even look over here. One was pouring wine for the man, and the other was serving food. It was as if the battle here was not worth watching at all. Such an intense battle was not even comparable to them pouring wine for the man. Where did these experts come from? The 30 women in colorful clothes seemed to have similar cultivation. All of them were at the early stage of Heaven Immortal. Each and every one of them was either charming or flirtatious, but their attacks were extremely ruthless. In just a few moves, the Earth Immortal disciples that the 2 Xian Immortal experts brought along were all killed. The opponents were Heaven Immortal experts, so it was not surprising that they could kill Earth Immortal disciples. However, the remaining Heaven Immortal experts and 2 Xian Immortal experts were actually unable to do anything to 28 early-stage Heaven Immortal women. It was truly unbelievable. The opponent's formation is powerful. Break the formation with a deadly attack. One of the Xian Immortal experts had already noticed that the situation was not right. If this continued, the experts that were trapped in the formation would be tortured to death. He couldn't care about anything else and shouted at the other Xian Immortal expert. They were all companions that had worked together for many years. The moment one spoke, the other party knew what he meant. The 2 of them attacked the 2 women in colorful clothes that were closest to them at the same time. At the same time, a few formation flags suddenly appeared beside them. Just as the two women received the attack, the formation flags suddenly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. After the violent explosion, the two women in colorful clothes were indeed unable to withstand the trump card attacks of the Xian Immortal experts. Both of them spat out blood, and it was obvious that they were heavily injured. It was a great opportunity. Just as the two Xian Immortal experts were about to follow up with another attack, the two heavily injured women suddenly retreated from the battle. Although they didn't kill them, the formation had lost two people and immediately became incomplete. It could be said that the attacks of the two people were effective. However, just as this thought arose, the two women in colorful clothes who were serving the penetrated man rushed forward and filled the gap between the two women. The formation that had just cracked a little immediately recovered to its original state. Chapter 2056. In the 28 constellations splitting sky array, only two Xian Immortal experts with injuries were left. The dozen Heaven Immortal experts had already been killed. The two who survived were only able to react in time due to their high cultivation base. That was how they managed to escape with their lives. However, they were still injured. The two women who had retreated from the battle were still in the air when a long vine suddenly appeared and wrapped around them, pulling them back to the man's side. At the same time the formation was completed, the man on the other side had already put 2 pills into the two women's mouth. As soon as the pills entered their mouths, the two women's complexions immediately became much better. Thump, thump, thump. A series of heavy heartbeats rang out, causing the cultivators from Wind Cloud Palace to suddenly sense danger. Their hearts seemed to be beating along with the music, and it was beating more and more violently. This was something that had never happened before. Those who were still alive saw a different scene. More than half of their companions suddenly stopped in their tracks, and then their bodies exploded as if there were bombs buried in them. Blood, flesh, and bone fragments filled the sky, causing the area to rain blood. The idea was good, but the reality was cruel. When another Xian Immortal Elder of the Wind Cloud Palace arrived with over 100 experts, he saw 2 Xian Immortal experts being beheaded by 2 incomparably beautiful women. They were so far away that even if they wanted to save him, they wouldn't be able to. Send a signal. Tell them that the enemies are troublesome and ask them to send more experts over. Seeing that the situation couldn't be improved, the 2 Xian Immortal experts didn't care about their pride and immediately asked one of them to send a warning to the sect. This scene caused the 2 mysterious Immortal Realm experts to almost spit out a mouthful of blood. They'd painstakingly refined an explosive formation with great difficulty, yet in the end, it only heavily injured 2 of them. Moreover, the formation was immediately repaired. Where did this rainbow-clothed woman come from? How could they cooperate so well? When the 2 of them sent the signal, the cabin door of the ship opened, and an even more enchanting beauty walked out. She swayed her incomparably beautiful waist as she arrived behind Yang Chen. She placed her slender hands on Yang Chen's shoulders and slowly massaged them. Kill! There were no more words, only this undisguised word, kill. This was a life and death enmity. Other than fighting to the death, there was no other way to resolve it. If they wanted to end it, it could only end with one side being completely annihilated. Some smart people immediately thought of the many terrifying forces behind Yang Chen and immediately felt that something was wrong. They immediately shouted, "Master Yang, please stop. There must be some misunderstanding." Granny Tianqin was married to Yang Chen, so there was no need to ask. The woman sitting at the bow must be the alchemy master Yang Chen. His cultivation was about the same as well, so he should be the real person. The 2 of them had no choice but to take care of their injured companions. Because of this, they were even more strained. They were tired of dealing with the attacks that were coming at them from all directions. Even if they wanted to counterattack, they were a little powerless. Only the 2 of them were left, and they could only defend with their backs against each other. One of them had already sent out the highest level of warning. As long as they could hold on for a period of time, the reinforcements from the Wind Cloud Palace would arrive. At that time, he would skin these lowly servants alive to vent the hatred in his heart. The two Xian Immortal experts felt a headache coming on. This strange formation looked upright, not at all as strange as the Devil Sex, but the effects were too good. The Heaven Immortal experts they brought with them were also starting to get injured one after another. If this continued, those who were injured would also die. Although she was scolding the women, in the ears of the Wind Cloud Palace experts in the formation, it was like the best heavenly music, causing them to be in a daze and not know what to do. When the fatal attacks were about to hit them, they realized that they had actually been distracted during the battle. Granny Tian Qin. At this time, someone finally remembered the woman's identity from the effects of the woman's zither playing and cried out involuntarily. No one from the Wind Cloud Palace was in the mood to appreciate what she was playing, they only wanted to kill. Especially Yang Chen, he was the main culprit. They must tear him into pieces to dispel the hatred of their companions being killed in the sect. The dozen or so cultivators that were rushing up suddenly heard the sound of a zither. Strangely enough, this zither sound seemed to have a power that went straight into their lungs, causing their internal organs to vibrate along with the sound of the zither. It was extremely comfortable. It's always like this. When some people want to reason, there are always others who want to kill. Yang Chen looked at this scene and could only shake his head, sighing again. Wind Cloud Palace, what a pity! The two with the highest cultivation had already spent a lot of effort to refine an explosive formation, but they did not have any more. No matter how they attacked, the rainbow-robed woman could always rely on the number of people and the tacit coordination of the formation to block it. Although she could not do anything to the two of them for the time being, it was not a problem to trap them. Clang! A heavy sound of the zither seemed to transform into invisible swords that directly rushed into the bodies of the Wind Cloud Palace people. The formation that Big Brother taught you is indeed powerful. While massaging Yang Chen's shoulder, the beautiful woman said, "It can be used during cultivation and during battle. But if you meet someone with a high cultivation, it can only protect yourself, but not enough to attack." Unfortunately, there were not many who understood, and there were many who were driven mad by the blood rain. Faced with the tragic death of their companions, except for a few, the rest could not care about anything else. They wiped the blood off their faces and rushed towards Yang Chen's family without any hesitation. At the bow of the ship, a woman playing the zither had appeared out of nowhere. The woman looked very gentle and beautiful. Her movements while playing the zither were also very graceful. Beside the zither, there was also a pot of good incense. It had a sweet smell and a faint smoke lingering around, making the woman look like an immortal. At least half of them suddenly felt a pain in their chest, as if their hearts had suddenly exploded. Not only their hearts, but their organs, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys all seemed to feel the same. Then, their entire body was in intense pain, and they could no longer feel anything. Over 100 experts spread out and rushed towards the group of women. Similarly, dozens of them rushed towards the ship. Everyone could see that the man was the leader, and these women were simply listening to his commands. After explaining to Yang Chen, the beautiful woman's expression changed slightly. She shouted at the women, "You didn't put in the effort normally, now you're suffering." One side fought quickly, while the other side healed quickly. There was simply no way for them to survive. What made people want to vomit blood was that, in just a short while, the two women who had just vomited blood seemed to be fine. They picked up their wine pots and chopsticks and continued what the two women were doing. Be careful of the zither sound. Someone sensed that something was wrong and knew that this was a type of sound attack. Unfortunately, this warning was a little too late. Chapter 2057. Zhou Xianying's Heavenly Phoenix Zither was a combination of several dragon race materials. Most importantly, it was personally refined by Big Brother Li Cheng, so it was much stronger than the previous Heavenly Phoenix Zither. Moreover, Zhou Xianying was only at the peak of the Earth Immortal stage in the past, so she couldn't use many of her melodies. Now that Zhou Xianying was a grade 6 heaven immortal expert, and her spiritual sense had entered the golden immortal stage, she was like a tiger that had grown wings when she controlled the heavenly phoenix zither. Cultivators with similar cultivation as Zhou Xianying, without the abnormal spiritual sense cultivation of Yang Chen's family, wouldn't be able to last more than 10 minutes under Zhou Xianying's murderous melody. Moreover, under the attack of the zither, there was also the 28 constellation sky-splitting formation. Those cultivators who didn't die under the first round of zither music didn't last long under the pincer attack of the formation and zither music. Especially those who had been stimulated by slaughter and blood, they were the best targets for the zither music. In a short while, there were only a few Xian immortal experts left in the Wind Cloud Palace. Xian immortal experts were indeed Xian immortal experts. Even under the siege of the murderous melody and 28 constellation sky-splitting formation, they could still maintain their normal attack. This time, there were more people, so it wasn't as easy to deal with as the previous two. If that was the case, perhaps these Xian immortal experts could hold on until the next batch of reinforcements arrived. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. In addition to Madame Fanghua who joined the battle group, there was also a master that others could not think of, Old Hai. Elder Hai didn't show himself, but his illusion array was everywhere. As a member of the demon race who had been sealed for tens of thousands of years, Old Hai had long lost his sense of self. He didn't have the concept of fairness in a battle, whether it was a conspiracy or an overt plot. Killing his enemies had already become his instinct, and he was constantly plotting against those Xian immortal experts. The sound of the zither, the sky-cracking array and the illusion array of Old Hai, this was already a three-pronged attack. Don't forget that the Myriad Beauty's spirit method itself was an extremely brilliant illusion cultivation method. The 28 maids and Madame Fanghua launched it at the same time. The 4 attacks were launched together. It was simply impossible to guard against. A slight distraction affected a Xian immortal expert from the Wind Cloud Palace, causing him to stagger and slow down. The scene of his beloved disciple's tragic death suddenly appeared before his eyes. Immediately, he felt a rush of anger attack his heart, and his entire person went crazy. Originally, everyone had to cooperate with each other to maintain a balance. However, one person suddenly went berserk, crazily attacking the women without any regard for anything else. The Wind Cloud Palace's formation was instantly thrown into chaos. Stabilize the formation. An expert who seemed to be in charge immediately shouted, stopping several experts who wanted to rescue their companions. No matter what, this was where most of the people from the Wind Cloud Palace were. As long as they could hold on for a little longer, reinforcements would soon arrive. It was not worth taking the risk for a crazy comrade. By the time the experts regained their footing and regained their balance, there were already many wounds on the crazed expert's body. Don't waste things. It was unknown when another girl had appeared by Yang Chen's side. She was the youngest, Sun Qingxue. The few people in front of them were Xian immortal experts. Although the jade dragon entangling blood-devouring demon vine had already devoured the blood of a golden immortal, the more blood the better. After all, even a mosquito's leg was meat. Silently, thin vines appeared under the feet of the people in the battle, wriggling like several long snakes. Wherever they went, all the blood quickly disappeared without a trace. Which of the people in the battle wasn't fully focused, not daring to be distracted? Of course, the appearance of these vines couldn't be hidden from the probing of their divine sense. However, in an intense battle, knowing that something had appeared was one thing, and being able to defend against it was another. The Xian immortal expert, who was covered in blood, was simply the biggest temptation of the blood-devouring demon vine. When it wandered nearby, it suddenly exploded, and like a giant python, it coiled towards the expert. The injured Xian immortal expert's reaction wasn't slow either. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword slashed 3 times, and each slash landed on the vines. Under normal circumstances, these vines were definitely not as sharp as the flying sword and would definitely be cut into several pieces. However, these were not ordinary vines, but the jade dragon entangling blood-devouring demon vine. Except for the slightly weaker jade vine, the dragon entangling grass, the blood-devouring demon vine, and the blood-devouring demon vine were not ordinary. The blood-devouring demon vine had already devoured the blood of a golden immortal dragon, and it was already unreasonably strong. The blood-devouring demon vine itself was the golden immortal realm left by Yang Lan last time. Needless to say, the dragon entangling grass, in addition to entangling the golden immortal Aolan, was also a powerful product that had lived for tens of thousands of years. None of the vines had the special sharpness of Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber, or Yang Chen's abnormal strength, so they couldn't cause any harm to it. Not to mention the blood-devouring demon vine formed by the combination of the 4 vines. When the flying sword slashed on it, it only made a few clanking sounds of metal collision, and there was no more. The flying sword did not play any role in delaying the vines. Instead, the flying sword was rolled up by the vines. The Xian immortal expert was just stunned. In addition to the pain of the injury on his body, his figure was a little slow, and he was surrounded by the blood-devouring demon vine. In the blink of an eye, he became a big green cocoon with a hint of blood. Being wrapped by the blood-devouring demon vine, it was estimated that only an expert like Ao Lan could break free. The ordinary Xian immortal expert was doomed. Even the scream in the cocoon only made half a sound before there was no more sound. The tragic death of their companion made the remaining experts even more panicked. The highest level of warning had been sent 3 times in a row, but now the reinforcements had not arrived yet. If it was just now, the 2 sides could still maintain a balance, but now there were so many blood-devouring demon vines on the ground. This time, the balance of victory and defeat had firmly fallen to Yang Chen's side. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. A big misunderstanding. At this time, the leading expert no longer cared about his face. He frantically shouted at the crowd that it was a misunderstanding. He no longer had the arrogance of not giving anyone a chance to explain at the beginning. You were the one who shouted to kill just now, and now you are also the one who shouted that it was a misunderstanding. The actions of the women did not stop at all. They were still attacking crazily. The one who spoke was Yang Chen. I don't like people like you who see the wind and set the helm. If you say to kill, then kill. If you say to stop because it is a misunderstanding, then I am too easy to talk to. After drinking a cup of jade dragon wine from the wine cup that Sun Qingxue handed to his mouth, Yang Chen shook his head. Even if there is a misunderstanding, it should be with the people from your Wind Cloud Palace. You are the result of that misunderstanding. Chapter 2058. Yang Chen's few words had almost announced the death penalty of the other party. These people from Wind Cloud Palace were already in despair, but Xian immortal experts were still Xian immortal experts, they still had their dignity. Since they couldn't lower their heads, they could only fight with their lives on the line. When Xian immortal experts went berserk, it would definitely be a headache. These guys knew that they were going to die, so they made up their minds to drag a few down with them. Each of them targeted one of the maids in the sky splitting formation, disregarding the other attacks. They didn't let go, only focused on killing one of them. This was putting themselves in a dead end. They believed that if Yang Chen didn't want to see 1 or 2 of his heaven immortal maids die, they might still have a chance to live. However, just as they launched their crazy attacks, their vision blurred and the figures of the maids disappeared. Not only that, but his companions who were not far away from him were nowhere to be seen. All the attacks and formations had disappeared without a trace in an instant. Although the land in front of them was very familiar, there were no signs of battle. The few of them were shocked. What kind of brilliant array was this? These are all Xian immortal experts, we can't let them die in vain. Just as the Xian Immortal experts of Wind Cloud Palace were still bewildered, Gong Xuanling's figure appeared beside Yang Chen, smiling sweetly at Yang Chen. With Gong Xuanling's cultivation, it was still beyond her ability to use the Mountain River geographical map to take the initiative to collect Xian Immortal experts, even with Yang Chen's third primordial spirit as the artifact spirit. However, she couldn't take the initiative, but she could leave the door wide open for others to enter. Such a long battle was enough for Gong Sunling to slowly unfold the Mountain River geographical map, and then transform it into a scene that was exactly the same as the surroundings. While the maids were fighting, they were slowly bringing their opponents into the Mountain River geographical map. An additional Xian Immortal expert in the Mountain River geographical map was an additional force. This kind of opportunity couldn't be easily missed. Everyone cleaned up the battlefield, but in fact, they were collecting all the corpses into the Mountain River geographical map. These were resources that couldn't be wasted. Then, he slowly moved forward, waiting for the next batch of Wind Cloud Palace's reinforcements to arrive. Why haven't the people from Wind Cloud Palace arrived yet? After a while, Yang Chen and the others had already advanced a few hundred miles, but not a single figure appeared. Sun Qingxue, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately pouted. It would be weird if they dared to come. On the other side, Shi Wushuang laughed. Who asked you to kill so ruthlessly at the start? There are already about 10 Xian Immortal experts. How many experts does the Wind Cloud Palace have that would dare to be killed in front of you? What Shi Wushuang said was exactly what Temple Master Fengyun was thinking. Originally, he thought that it was just a small conflict. There were several Xian Immortal experts in this group of experts, so no matter how big or small the conflict was, it should be resolved. However, the group of 7 to 8 Xian Immortal experts actually sent out the highest level of warning. What this meant, Hall Master Fengyun was clearer than anyone else. The other party was not a match for them. No matter how many people they sent, they would just be sending themselves to their death. Currently, he was at a critical juncture in breaking the ancient ruins array, and it seemed like he would be able to break through it soon. Suddenly, someone came in with great fanfare. Needless to say, it must be a cultivator who had received the news from somewhere and wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Based on the current situation, if they couldn't break through this array and enter the ancient ruins in a short time, Wind Cloud Palace could only retreat and put in so much effort for nothing. Otherwise, they could only fight to the death with the intruders, and the result might be complete annihilation. If 10 Xian Immortal experts were not a match for them, then could the remaining people be defeated? Just as Hall Master Fengyun was panicking and didn't know what to do, he suddenly heard a cheer. The array is broken. The array is broken. Hearing this voice, Hall Master Fengyun's heart instantly relaxed, and he laughed. The heavens are really helping me. Saying this, he didn't delay and waved his hand, ordering, all Wind Cloud Palace disciples, immediately enter the ruins. Saying this, he took the lead and rushed to the location of the broken array, leading the way into the ruins. Indeed, as Hall Master Fengyun expected, the ruins was a huge cave dwelling, filled with spiritual energy. It was definitely a cultivation treasure land. Most importantly, when he entered, he found that there was an array that was still operating, and not far away from it was an array disk that seemed to be the array's eye. The heavens are not the end, Wind Cloud Palace. Hall Master Fengyun exclaimed in his heart, quickly rushed up, and took the array disk in his hand. Using his divine sense, he immediately understood the function of the array disk. With a thought, a large hole appeared in the array, allowing the people of Wind Cloud Palace to enter. Everyone knew that there was a warning, so they moved quickly, and in a short while, they all entered the array. Under Hall Master Fengyun's control, the array quickly recovered. This time, no matter how powerful the other party was, they wouldn't be able to rush in a short time. The higher-ups of Wind Cloud Palace collectively heaved a sigh of relief. The situation just now was too thrilling. Wind Cloud Palace almost had to fight to the death with an unknown expert. Now it was all good, they were safe. When Yang Chun and the others walked over, they didn't see a single Wind Cloud Palace disciple. But very soon they saw the excavated array, and the hole that the Wind Cloud Palace disciple had forcefully broken. What a waste! Yang Chen and Gong Sunling shook their heads at the same time. The reason that the cave dwelling was still full of spiritual power was obviously due to this array. The people of Wind Cloud Palace actually used such a violent method to break it, it was really a waste. Looking at the current situation, everyone understood that the people of Wind Cloud Palace must have retreated into the cave dwelling. It had to be said that Hall Master Feng Yun was an ambitious person. Knowing that he couldn't win, he immediately cut his losses and gave up on those experts, but saved the lives of the majority of Wind Cloud Palace disciples. Under normal circumstances, Hall Master Feng Yun could be considered a person who could do great things. He would leave behind some living forces to make a comeback. Unfortunately, this time, he encountered Yang Chun and his family. Everyone knew what Yang Chun and his family's trip was for. It was to collect a few large cave dwellings, and buy some small cave dwellings along the way to supplement the geographical map. The other party had all entered this large cave dwelling. What did this mean? For Yang Chun and his family, this was clearly taking the initiative to become a turtle in a jar. If they had scattered and escaped, Yang Chun and the others definitely wouldn't have been able to chase and destroy them one by one, but they had taken the initiative to hide in this cave dwelling, so they couldn't blame Yang Chun for being impolite. As long as they collected this cave dwelling from the outside and sent it to the geographical map, then the people of Wind Cloud Palace inside would directly become prisoners. They had never seen such a convenient deal. Chapter 2059. Yang Chun had heard of the array outside. Or to be precise, it was told to him by the cultivator who set up the array, because the entire cave abode was left behind by him. A certain Immortal in the Immortal beheading platform revealed this secret before his death, just because he didn't want the cave abode that he had painstakingly refined to be buried. Generally speaking, those who refined spatial magic treasures were array cultivators. Through a unique spatial array, it was slowly filled, and then integrated with some real mountains and rivers, turning it into a cave abode. As one's refining skills deepened, the cave abode would become bigger and bigger. A large cave abode of 100,000 miles had at least taken thousands of years of hard work by the refiner. No one wanted to never have a chance to make something like this. If the array was broken by force, it was the effect that the Wind Cloud Palace had achieved. However, Yang Chun easily put away the entire array according to the method taught by the person who set up the array. Not only that, but the array was actually one with the cave abode. When he put away the array, he also put away the cave abode at the same time. The people of the Wind Cloud Palace would never have thought that they would be very safe in the ancient ruins, but at this moment, they had already become Gong Sunling's captives. They just hadn't realized it yet. Although the Mountain River geographical map was still refining the super-large cave abode, it did not prevent the third primordial soul from easily repairing the outer array and then easily setting it up in the Mountain River geographical map. This way, even if the people of the Wind Cloud Palace came out, they would directly enter the Mountain River geographical map instead of the spiritual realm. Since they had already entered the Mountain River geographical map, it was not up to them to come out again. Whether it was the Wind Cloud Palace or the big cave abode, it was only a matter of time before they were controlled by Gong Sunling. "Husband, sometimes you are too easy to talk to." Lady Fanghua watched Yang Chun put away everything, then said with a slight complaint. Lady Fanghua was from the demon sect, and she had always respected the creed of the law of the jungle. When Yang Chun first encountered the people from the Wind Cloud Palace, he immediately took a detour and gave up without saying a word. This was very inconsistent with Lady Fanghua's way of doing things. Because of the dedication of Lady Fanghua and the maidservants, Gao Yu had already let Yang Chun take Lady Fanghua as a concubine. At the same time, she also turned the maidservants into concubines. Their status was slightly improved, and they were allowed to call Yang Chen husband. Because of this small change, Lady Fanghua and the maidservants were so happy that they were even happier than if they had won the lottery. This showed how much they cared for her. Sometimes, Gao Yu also felt touched, but her husband couldn't easily give it to others. Allowing them to share a little was already his limit. But in the end, this cave still became ours, didn't it? Yang Chen smiled and said to Lady Fanghua, "But we have never bullied the weak, have we? I hate you Dao sect pedants the most. You have to pay attention to a good reason when you attack. Hypocrites." Lady Fanghua couldn't refute this result. She could only pout and complain. Then, she obediently nestled in her husband's arms and enjoyed the warmth of his chest. She was barefoot, and her white and tender toes playfully teased Yang Chen's calf. Lady Fanghua also only complained a little. No matter what Yang Chen did, it didn't stop her from being obsessed with her husband. Her husband was the sky, the earth, and everything. The Wind Cloud Palace disappeared without a trace. There was no place for the Wind Cloud Palace in the spiritual realm anymore. Until many years later, the disappearance of the Wind Cloud Palace was still a mystery. Yang Chen and his family slowly rushed to the next marketplace. It was still the same old way. They visited the shops and bought anything they were interested in. Of course, all the space-type magic treasures were swept away. The women went shopping, and Yang Chen was treated as a distinguished guest by a medium-sized shop. He was respectfully invited to wait on him in the VIP hall. As long as Yang Chen showed a little interest in the products of the shop, they would immediately and respectfully send them to him. This was the privilege of a big buyer. Of course, it was also because of Yang Chen's identity. Who in the spiritual realm didn't want Master Yang's elixirs? Master Yang's elixirs were all auctioned at Wanbao Tower, and there was never a fixed price. After the devil tribulation, the price of Master Yang's elixirs was even higher, and there was no market for them. I heard that Master Yang was cheated by the profiteer of Shabby Pavilion a month ago. He bought some cave magic treasures at a price several times higher. The shopkeeper was very secretive, and even seemed to be trying to curry favor with him. This has really destroyed the market of our shop, and caused the great master to lose a lot of money. Do you want us to teach him a lesson and help the great master vent his anger? During the conversation, the shopkeeper of the shop talked about what he heard, and it also involved Yang Chen. Of course, the shopkeeper wanted to please Yang Chen. Perhaps the main reason was that this guy ruined the market and caused public indignation. It's a deal where money is exchanged and goods are exchanged. Both parties are willing. There's no such thing as cheating. Yang Chen said very casually. I am in a hurry to buy a batch of cave magic treasures, and he happens to have them. It's just spirit stones, it's not a problem if the price is a little higher. Yang Chen downplayed it, and the shopkeeper also knew that Yang Chen did not lack spirit stones. Since Yang Chen did not want to pursue the matter, the shopkeeper was very tactful and did not continue. If it was someone else who said this, the shopkeeper would definitely think that the guy was embarrassed to admit it and was just being stubborn. But Yang Chen said this, it must be this meaning, it was not a lie. A few words of dialogue was just an occasional episode, no one would care. Soon, Yang Chen swept away all the space magic treasures in this shop. Some people have already done the statistics, including the ones Yang Chen's family bought and collected through Wanbao Tower. Yang Chen spent more than 1 million best quality spirit stones to buy these space magic treasures. This was just the spirit stones, the elixir magic treasures and so on were never taken out. The wealth of this family could definitely make some people who claimed to be rich feel ashamed to death. The following days were calm, and there were no more accidents. After Yang Chen and the women successfully collected 3 large caves of 100,000 miles, the purpose of this trip has basically been completely achieved. From now on, there is no need to plunder any cave houses. Yang Chen finally announced the cessation of the purchase of cave houses, Just wait for a Ling to refine all these. We can wait for Big Brother Li Cheng to see what is behind the demon continent. Then shall we go back now? The women had been out for a long time, and they had enough of shopping along the way. Everyone wanted to go back and cultivate quietly. Don't worry, there is one more thing worth our trip. Yang Chen shook his head. After we get it, we will go back together. Chapter 2060. What Yang Chen wanted was naturally the immortal sword that caused countless bloodshed in his previous life. Although the immortal sword should appear in the world after 1,000 years according to his memory, it really appeared in the world. Now the so-called immortal sword was just an ordinary flying sword, placed on a shelf, and no one cared about it. The main reason for wanting this immortal sword was for Shi Shanshan. Now Shi Shanshan majored in the supreme pure yang sword qi. In terms of a single point of attack power, Shi Shanshan was the best among the women. This was recognized by everyone. Even Zhou Xianying, who was at the 6th grade of the heavenly immortal realm, could use the heavenly phoenix zither to defeat hundreds of enemies. She also admitted this. The heavenly phoenix zither was a group attack. While the supreme pure yang sword qi was aimed at one point, there was no comparison between the two. From the experience of the discovery of the superhuge Immortal's Cave, it could be seen that even if Zhou Xianying made a move, she could not break the solid courtyard wall, but Shi Shanshan only needed one sword to make a hole. Unfortunately, Shi Shanshan's supreme pure yang sword qi was pure enough, and the lethality was strong enough, but there was a fatal weakness. That was, Shi Shanshan could not attack with all her strength. Once she attacked with all her strength, she would immediately become weak, and if she did not recover for a period of time, she would not be able to send out the second sword qi. In other words, even if Shi Shanshan, who was at the Earth Immortal level, met a Xian Immortal Master, Shi Shanshan could still win. But as long as this Xian Immortal Master had a companion, Shi Shanshan may not be his opponent. The supreme pure yang sword qi was something left by Ancestor Lu, and Shi Shanshan has not been able to truly control it freely. The reason was that, on the one hand, Shi Shanshan's cultivation base was too low, and the level of the supreme pure yang sword qi was too high. On the other hand, it was the limitation of Shi Shanshan's life source flying sword. Shi Shanshan's life source flying sword was personally refined in the mortal world. At that time, she plundered a lot of good things from the Green Jade Immortal Island, and after refining it, it was also very powerful. In his previous life, Shi Shanshan had relied on this natal flying sword to slaughter her enemies. But in this life, Yang Chen has changed some of Shi Shanshan's cultivation trajectory. Not only did she have more experience in the demon continent, but she also had less internal strife in the sect. But she also collected a supreme pure yang sword qi that countless people dream of. Without the supreme pure yang sword qi, Shi Shanshan's natal flying sword wouldn't be a problem even if she used it in the immortal world. But now, as his cultivation level increased, his understanding of the pure yang sword qi increased as well. The intrinsic flying sword was no longer able to withstand the supreme pure yang sword qi. The intrinsic flying sword has become more and more restrictive to Shi Shanshan, and Yang Chen has to consider the problem of Shi Shanshan. The legendary immortal sword naturally fell into the eyes of Yang Chen. Coincidentally, the name of the immortal sword was also called Pure Yang Immortal Sword. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or something else. Anyway, Yang Chen has regarded this Pure Yang Immortal Sword as the next intrinsic flying sword of Shi Shanshan. According to Yang Chen's original intention, he was not sure whether this Pure Yang Immortal Sword was still in the original shop, so he just went to try his luck. After all, the demonic tribulation was advanced by hundreds of years, and the whole process was shortened by hundreds of years. Some things must have changed, just like the Immortal's Cave in the Wind and Cloud Palace. If he could find it, it would be the best. If he couldn't find it, Yang Chen would wait a little longer, as long as Wanbao Tower and Drunken Immortal paid more attention. In any case, it was on the way to get there, so he just took it as a way to enjoy the scenery on his way back. The tree longs for peace, but the wind does not stop. Yang Chen originally thought that his family would return to the sect peacefully, but unfortunately, they encountered some trouble. The people who attacked them were aiming to kill them in one blow, and without any greetings, they directly attacked. The whereabouts of Yang Chen and his family were not kept secret, so many people could guess where they were going from their itinerary. These cultivators had prepared for at least a few months for this attack. They had arranged everything here, and were just waiting for Yang Chen and his family to come to their door. The meticulously arranged concealment array made it so that the women did not discover the other party's hidden track. These days, because of the golden immortal tribulation, Yang Chen could not use it easily. It was not until they were 100 miles away from the ambush that the women discovered the other party's traces. However, for those experts who were lying in ambush, they were already inside the ambush. With an order, hundreds of experts launched an attack at the same time. At the same time, the array that had been set up underground suddenly launched an attack. The sudden attack surprised the women, but they were surprised, they did not panic, and they began to resist the attack in an orderly manner. 8 rays of light suddenly pierced from 8 directions, coinciding with the position of the 8 trigrams, and gathered towards Yang Chen in the center. The women subconsciously blocked Yang Chen. Their husband could not make a move. Although he had the protection of the golden body incantation, it was okay to withstand 1 or 2 attacks, but with them present, how could they allow others' attacks to fall on their husband? Gao Yu's 100 Spirits battle armor and Sun Qingshue's black tortoise shield were immediately unfolded, and they were about to meet the 8 rays of light. Even the tower ship controlled by Gong Sunling also emitted a light, protecting Yang Chen in it. The dragon puppets were a step faster, directly surrounding everyone in a circle. You can't. Yang Chen found that it was not right in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint and immediately shouted. It was a little too late to use voice to inform them now. Fortunately, everyone had been cultivating the improved Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra for a long time, and Yang Chen could easily communicate with everyone. Retreat to the geographical map of mountains and rivers. Yang Chen's thought was fast enough, and the women's reaction was fast enough. Gong Sunling opened the geographical map of mountains and rivers almost instantly and put everyone in the map. First, Tao Junqi, Shi Wushuang and Shi Shanshan, then Lady Fanghua, who was at the fairy immortal level, and her 30 concubines, then Sun Qingxue, Gao Yu and Yang Chen, who had protective magic treasures, and finally the Murong sisters, who were protected by the golden immortal level dragon puppet. Just when the huge body of the dragon puppet was about to disappear at the edge of the geographical map of mountains and rivers, the 8 rays of light had already touched the body of the dragon puppet. Chi, on the body of the middle stage golden immortal dragon puppet, there were suddenly 8 more holes. The tough dragon scales and dragon skin had no effect and were directly pierced. Fortunately, most of the dragon puppet had entered the geographical map of mountains and rivers. The other party's attack was only concentrated on the dragon puppet's skin, and did not enter the dragon puppet's body, and then immediately hit the geographical map of mountains and rivers. Boom, 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 a violent explosion occurred inside the geographical map of mountains and rivers. The land within thousands of miles was directly lifted up, and then instantly turned into the finest smoke and dust, fluttering for a long time before slowly disappearing. What a terrible attack power! Everyone clearly saw this scene in the geographical map of mountains and rivers, and their hearts were shocked. Destroying thousands of miles of land at once was not something that 1 or 2 Xian immortal masters could do. Chapter 2061. Heaven and Earth Immortal Extinguishing Formation. Yang Chen spat out a formation that was very strange to the women. It actually appeared here. Interesting. What formation is this? Gong Sunling was an array cultivator, and was the most sensitive to formations. When she heard the name of a formation that she had never heard of, she immediately asked regardless of the fact that everyone was being attacked. A formation of the immortal world. Yang Chen replied with a solemn face. The attack power is extraordinary, the only weakness is that it needs to be set up for a long time in advance, and it needs at least 100 Xian immortal masters to control when attacking. It can kill a golden immortal master. Fortunately, Yang Chen recognized this formation in advance, so he decisively let the women retreat into the Mountain River geographical map. Now the Mountain River geographical map had integrated countless small cave mansions, plus a few large cave mansions and a super-large cave mansion that was halfway integrated. The defensive power had reached the extreme, so Yang Chen could rest assured to use the Mountain River geographical map to resist the attack of the Heaven and Earth Immortal Extinguishing Formation. No matter how strong the attack was, it could only be concentrated in a few points. It was absolutely impossible to destroy a radius of 100,000 miles with one blow. This was also the reason why Yang Chen was confident in the Mountain River geographical map. The magic treasure of the cave mansion was like this, its defensive power was amazing. However, the most terrible thing was to be controlled from the outside. In the past, the cave mansions of the Three River Alliance, Holocaust Sect and 10,000 Demon Sect and the recent Wind Cloud Palace were so convenient for Yang Chen. As long as it was not controlled from the outside, there were very few cultivators in the spiritual world who could destroy the big cave mansion in the spiritual world. A small manor of 10 or 100 miles might be possible, but a big cave mansion that was more than 100,000 miles was absolutely impossible. Ling, I'll leave it to you. Yang Chen said to Gong Sunling and gave her a look of certainty. Hundreds of Xian immortal masters against one, the other party is definitely not a match. Just destroy the masters in one direction. This was a move that Gong Sunling had used in the past. Back when they had first arrived in the spirit plane to destroy Qi Men's sect, Gong Sunling, who was at the human immortal stage, had fought against an earthen immortal stage expert. In just a flash, she had gathered the combined might of over 1,000 human immortals from the geographical map of mountains and rivers to kill off her opponent. Yang Chen wanted her to repeat the same trick. Gong Sunling was not a stubborn person. She nodded and flashed out of the geographical map of mountains and rivers. The Mountain River geographical map was Gong Sunling's life source magic weapon. At this time, it was worn like a robe on Gong Sunling's body, so there was no need to worry about outside attacks. Boom! Gong Sunling's figure had just appeared when the celestial extinguishing formation of Cosmos struck again. In the middle of the geographical map of mountains and rivers, a space with a radius of 1,000 miles instantly turned into powder. However, Gong Sunling herself was safe and sound. The destroyed space in the geographical map of mountains and rivers was also slowly repaired under the control of the third primordial spirit. Looking at the speed, it would take a few days to restore to its original state. Gong Sunling took advantage of the gap in the opponent's attack and rushed in another direction. In that direction, there were more than a dozen Xian immortal masters, each holding an array disc to control it. Seeing Gong Sunling flying over, one of the Xian immortal masters immediately gave up controlling the array disc, summoned the flying sword, and slashed at Gong Sunling. "Let me do it!" Shi Shanshan, who was in the geographical map of mountains and rivers, was very unhappy. These people were too despicable. As a senior master, they still used sneak attacks. She shouted at the sky, and then released the supreme pure yang sword qi with all her strength. Of course, Gong Sunling could hear it. Seeing Shi Shanshan like this, she also cooperated. Just at the moment when Shi Shanshan released the sword qi, Gong Sunling controlled the geographical map of mountains and rivers to open up a hole, just in time to release the supreme pure yang sword qi. The Xian immortal master who attacked was facing the sword qi. In his eyes, Gong Sunling was a mere junior earth immortal who relied on the power of the protective magic treasure to survive. Could it be that he would lose to an earth immortal junior in a face-to-face attack? Without thinking, the Xian Immortal Master directly went to meet the pure Yang sword Qi. Qi, an extremely light sound rang out, and the Xian Immortal Master's movements directly froze on the spot. After a few breaths of time, a bloody spot appeared on his chest, and then slowly expanded. The Xian Immortal Master also fell to the ground with a loud bang. The supreme pure Yang sword Qi's momentum did not dissipate. After passing through the Xian Immortal Master who attacked, it went through the two Xian Immortal Masters who were standing behind him controlling the array disk before disappearing. She took the lives of 3 Xian Immortal Masters in one move. This scene scared the fellas who were still controlling the array disk. They no longer dared to be so careless and ignore Gong Xuanling's attack. One by one, they gave up controlling the array disk and surrounded Gong Xuanling. More than 10 masters gave up controlling the Qiankuan extinguishing immortal formation. At least one direction of the formation was no longer useful. In fact, without this direction, this formation was no longer a complete formation, and it no longer had that much power. Facing more than 10 Xian Immortal Masters who charged at Gong Xuanling was not afraid. She raised her hand and clenched her small fist, and punched towards the fellas closest to her. Seeing that Gong Xuanling did not use that terrifying sword Qi, the other party also laughed sinisterly. If a Xian Immortal Master was afraid of an Earth Immortal Junior, he would never be able to raise his head in this lifetime. Without thinking, he punched towards Gong Xuanling's fist. Boom! A long sound lasted for at least 2 breaths of time. The 2 fists collided, and the 2 figures stopped on the spot. It was as if time had suddenly stopped. The sound finally ended. That Xian Immortal Master maintained the posture of punching. He moved his lips and wanted to say something, but blood immediately gushed out of his 7 orifices. Just like that, he maintained the posture of punching, and fell down with a loud bang. In the end, he still could not say a word. Everyone was shocked. A puny Earth Immortal Master actually killed a Xian Immortal Master with one punch. How was this possible? No one could have imagined that the punch just now was actually a punch from that Xian Immortal Master and the hundreds of Xian Immortal Masters in the Mountain River geographical map. No matter how high his cultivation level was, he could not escape from this kind of continuous battle. The people around Yangchen were all monstrous. This had almost become the consensus of all the cultivators in the spiritual realm. Now that 4 Xian Immortal Masters had died consecutively, Yang Chen's family was not hurt at all, and the Qiankuan Immortal Extinguishing Formation had also lost its effect. Seeing that the figure of the dragon puppet had already appeared beside Gong Xuanling, those Xian Immortal Masters also understood that the situation was hopeless. Retreat. The guys who attacked were capable and decisive when they attacked, and they did not hesitate when they retreated. Knowing that the situation was hopeless, the leading guy immediately shouted for retreat. In the blink of an eye, all the surrounding cultivators fled, leaving only the corpses of the 4 Xian Immortal Masters. "Husband, who are these guys? Why did they attack us?" Shi Wushuang asked after everything had calmed down and everyone had cleaned up the battlefield. The Qiankuan Immortal Extinguishing Formation was no longer a threat. Chapter 2062. No one knew the answer. The 4 Xian Immortal experts were very unfamiliar, and no one could recognize their identity. However, when they checked the magic weapons on the 4 of them, they found a small medicine garden on one of them. In the medicine garden, there was actually an acquaintance of Yang Chen. Although it was an acquaintance, in fact, it was just a passing acquaintance. It was the shopkeeper of the shabby pavilion where Yang Chen bought the super-huge immortal cave last time. This wretched profiteer had his cultivation sealed, and was thrown into the medicine garden, unable to move. If the women hadn't found him, he didn't know how long he would have been sealed. "Grandmaster Yang, help!" Seeing Yang Chen's figure, the shopkeeper immediately rushed to Yang Chen and cried. The sound of his voice was simply heartbreaking. It was even more miserable than the death of his parents. "Don't talk nonsense, tell me, why are you here, And why did you bring people to attack me? Yang Chen didn't care about his words and directly asked. This guy was actually a smart person. As soon as he was released, he noticed that the faces of the women were not right, so he immediately cried to Yang Chen. He knew which one of these people was the real master. When Yang Chen spoke, he immediately stopped crying and secretly looked at the women who still had unkind expressions. He didn't dare to hide anything and quickly said what he knew. In fact, everything was because of the shabby pavilion opened by this guy. Usually, he relied on that little trick to earn some spirit stones. As long as it wasn't too excessive, the others were too lazy to care about him. At most, the victims who were deceived would come back to find him, and then he would rely on the fact that it was a voluntary transaction to find the management of the makeshift market, and the others couldn't do anything to him. The cultivators who often appeared in the makeshift market knew his background, and would rarely be deceived by him. He only deceived foreign cultivators like Yang Chen. Just like some shops, if they didn't open for business for 3 years, once they opened, they would eat for 3 years, swaying back and forth, they wouldn't starve to death. Although it was said that there were good things in his shabby pavilion, but basically, the cultivators who bought things from him didn't find any good magic weapons. Those unlucky cultivators could only treat it as learning from their mistakes and never visit again. His days were originally very comfortable, especially after he completed a big business deal with Yang Chen. With a large amount of spirit stones in his hands, he could cultivate in peace. But after Yang Chen passed by, things were fundamentally different. If ordinary cultivators were deceived, it was because those cultivators had no foresight. It was normal for them to be deceived. But who was Yang Chen? Was he someone who didn't know what was good for him and could be deceived? Who had ever seen Yang Chen being taken advantage of? Since Yang Chen bought those spatial magic treasures at a high price without batting an eyelid, it meant that there must be something extraordinary inside. Of course, in reality, those people guessed correctly. Smart people must have thought that Yang Chen began to buy space magic weapons and put them into action a long time ago. For this reason, he also paid the price of millions of kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. Maybe it was for a certain Immortal's cave in this acid pavilion. So, the poor profiteer was out of luck. It didn't take long for people to find him and ask in detail what Yang Chen bought at that time, which thing he spent the longest time on and so on. Which cultivator wouldn't be tempted by a spatial magic treasure that could make Yang Chen use millions of best-grade spirit stones to set up this trap? With such a high price, even if it was just a magic treasure from the immortal world, it could still be bought at the highest level. So what did Yang Chen get in the end? Soon, these people gathered hundreds of Xian immortal experts, and then calmly set up on the path that Yang Chen must pass through, and then waited for Yang Chen's family to walk into the trap. As for what happened later, the shopkeeper was not very clear until Yang Chen released him from the medicine garden. Among them, Yang Chen thought of a lot of problems. At least, there was a problem with the shopkeeper of the shop, who said he would teach this guy a lesson in the marketplace last time. He said that he was defending Yang Chen, but in fact, he wanted to know from Yang Chen's mouth whether he felt that he had been taken advantage of. Speaking of which, these guys had a very keen sense of smell. They could actually infer from such a small thing that Yang Chen had obtained a good thing. Unfortunately, they calculated the way to kill the dragon puppet, but did not think of Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map. However, these guys must have also thought that Yang Chen must have obtained a super powerful cave from Gong Suanling's ability to resist the attack of the extinguishing heaven and earth immortal formation, and they were afraid that there would be a lot of things because of this in the future. It was just that these people must not know what the mountain river geographical map had become, and it would be in vain no matter how much they thought about it. However, the appearance of the extinguishing heaven and earth immortal formation in the spiritual world was very surprising. Super sect rarely passed down the formation of the immortal world. This would make their disciples to pursue high-level cultivation methods and forget to lay the foundation, which was a big taboo. To have the ability to send down the formation of the immortal world and easily gather hundreds of strange Xian, immortal experts, I am afraid that only the Zhao family had the greatest possibility. Because of the golden immortal tribulation in the Sea of Consciousness, Yang Chen rarely paid attention to Yang Lan's thoughts, so he did not know Yang Lan's recent situation. It seemed that it was necessary to rush back to meet Brother Li Cheng and see if he could quickly solve the trouble of the golden immortal tribulation. For the sake of selling me a super magic weapon, I will let you go this time. Facing the shopkeeper of the shabby pavilion, Yang Chen did not want to deal with him more. This guy was purely asking for it, so he did not deserve sympathy. You can go wherever you want, but don't follow us. Master Yang, please spare my life. When the shopkeeper heard Yang Chen's words, he immediately began to plead. My lowly life is not worth the Grandmaster's concern. Please, Grandmaster, for the sake of me selling you a magic weapon, please spare my life. I am not going to kill you, why spare your life? Yang Chen frowned. This guy's words were really inexplicable. Master, if you let me leave now, I will definitely die without a burial place. The shopkeeper of the shabby pavilion was also a smart person, so he immediately explained, Master, please let me follow you for a period of time. There is a good friend of mine ahead. As long as I reach the place, I will leave immediately and will never dare to disturb Master again. Where is your good friend? Hearing this, Yang Chen became interested and asked. In the market of Locket Mountain. He opened a small shop called the Lost Star Pavilion, which also deals in magic weapons. The shopkeeper did not dare to be negligent and immediately answered. Locket Mountain Market's Lost Star Pavilion. Yang Chen muttered this name and couldn't help sighing in his heart. It seemed that he and the shopkeeper of the shabby pavilion were really fated. The shop of a good friend that he knew was actually the shop where the pure Yang immortal sword was. Speaking of which, wasn't this guy and his friend's luck too heaven-defying? A huge cave abode and an immortal sword actually appeared in their shop. Unfortunately, the two of them did not recognize any of them. Chapter 2063. Since he had encountered such a thing, Yang Chen certainly could not let it go easily. As for taking the shopkeeper of the acid pavilion to his friend's side, it was a piece of cake. It was just a matter of cutting grass and hunting rabbit. It was just that after the sudden attack not long ago, the women were still very concerned about Yang Chen's safety. Yang Chen was no longer allowed to take the slow and unobstructed ship. Except for Gong Sunling, everyone entered the mountain river geographical map. In fact, the speed of the ship wasn't as slow as what the girls said because of the water splitting wings and the modification of the sharkskin of the parting hatred ocean. But Yang Chen wouldn't refuse the girls' kind intentions. Even the shopkeeper was thrown into the mountain river geographical map. In any case, the situation inside was controlled by Gong Sunling, so it was impossible for him to see anything that he shouldn't see. Gong Sunling rode on Murong Bai's iron-winged eagle and flew towards the Locket Mountain, where the Lost Star Pavilion was located. Speaking of iron-winged eagles, Tao Junki, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters each had one, and their cultivation was similar to theirs. When they transcended their tribulations, they did it together with their demonic beasts. Now, these demonic beasts were also in the earthly immortal realm. Looking at the iron-winged eagles, Yang Chen was also reminded of his demonic beast, Roaring Sky. Roaring Sky had been cultivating in the Dragon Pagoda ever since he came to the spiritual world and had never gone out to transcend his tribulation. Yang Chen didn't even know what realm he had reached. But since the Dragon Clan could freely control the timing of the tribulation, perhaps Roaring Sky felt that the time wasn't right. The Locket Mountain wasn't far, so it only took the iron-winged eagle 3 days to arrive. Perhaps it was because of their fast speed, they weren't intercepted or attacked along the way and arrived at their destination without a hitch. On the way back, Yang Chen's family still acted as usual. The girls strolled around, while Yang Chen casually walked around and plundered all the spatial artifacts from the merchant. In the market, one could only buy a cave abode that was 10,000 miles long at most, which was already of the highest quality. The bigger ones were the treasures of the major sect, and they wouldn't be taken out easily. Even a cave abode that was 10,000 miles long wasn't cheap. Most of them were smaller than 1,000 miles long. As usual, Yang Chen entered a small shop called the Lost Star Pavilion without arousing anyone's suspicion. But the difference this time was that Yang Chen had Shi Shanshan by his side. The reason why Shi Shanshan accompanied Yang Chen was because she was afraid that her husband wouldn't be able to make a move. Yang Chen also personally picked her. Shi Shanshan accompanied Yang Chen. First, she was afraid that there would be an accident and her husband could not do it. Second, Yang Chen personally called the roll. The pure Yang Immortal sword was likely to be found here, which was prepared for Shi Shanshan. After sweeping a few glances at the shelves of the Lost Star Pavilion, Yang Chen knew that the goods in this shop weren't that great. Most of the goods were very ordinary, of average quality, and looked a little old. It was obvious that they were second-hand goods. Wait, look old? A thought suddenly flashed through Yang Chen's mind. Could it be that these things weren't newly forged, but were these ancient items that the shopkeeper had obtained from an ancient tomb or some other place? Thinking about it this way, the goods in the Lost Star Pavilion were exactly the same as the goods here. Furthermore, the two shopkeepers had some connections. Could it be that their goods were the same? If that was the case, it was possible that the huge cave abode and the pure Yang Immortal sword were the same inheritance. The shopkeeper had a personality and didn't hire any assistants. He sat alone in a corner and drank his tea, completely ignoring the people who came in. This attitude was probably a way to attract customers, to give them the feeling that their goods weren't ordinary and that they didn't care whether they bought it or not. When they walked closer to the shelves, Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan almost couldn't help but burst out in laughter. The goods here weren't anything special, but their names were very exaggerated. Things like exterminating immortal sword, 8 treasures heaven supporting trident, mixed heaven sash, heaven and earth ring, etc. These legendary treasures were actually all here. Some of the items Yang Chen had seen before didn't look right at all. One look and he could tell that they were fake goods. However, this small shop still had them on display and the prices weren't low. It was simply shameless to the extreme. Before Yang Chen could take a look, the cold and elegant Shi Shanshan pointed at one of the treasures and couldn't help but laugh. One must know that Shi Shanshan always had a cold face in front of outsiders. Only in front of her husband would she be a little more relaxed. Now, she actually laughed in front of the shopkeeper. She must have seen a big joke. Yang Chen took a closer look, and his expression couldn't help but become interesting. There was a very domineering-looking treasured saber over there. The quality was very ordinary, but it looked very good and majestic. When he looked at the label of the saber, the words "Immortal Beheading Saber" were written on it. This kind of thing dared to be called Immortal Beheading Saber? Yang Chen wanted to chop off the shopkeeper's head with this saber, but he couldn't do anything. No one said that your saber was called Immortal Beheading Saber, so other people's sabers couldn't be called Immortal Beheading Saber. Moreover, strictly speaking, the real Immortal Beheading Saber was still in the Immortal Beheading platform. Yang Chen's saber was also considered a fake. Husband, this saber is much more majestic than yours. It was rare for Shi Shanshan to have a childish heart and joke in front of her husband. She covered her small mouth and almost couldn't stop laughing. But speaking of which, this saber looked very majestic and had a different style from the Immortal Beheading Saber. Combined with Yang Chen's muscular appearance, it was indeed more majestic than the real Immortal Beheading Saber. Yang Chen's head was full of black lines. He really didn't know how to describe the shamelessness of this shopkeeper, but he couldn't do anything about it. It was very uncomfortable. Esteemed guest, you like this saber? Good eyesight. Hearing Shi Shanshan mention the Immortal Beheading Saber, The shopkeeper who had been sitting still finally spoke. He stood up and slowly walked to the two of them. He pointed at the immortal beheading saber and introduced it. This is the legendary saber from the Heavenly Court's immortal beheading platform. Speaking up to this point, he saw Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan's mocking expression and changed the topic. It was refined from the leftovers of the immortal beheading platform. The materials are first-rate, but it has been a long time since a cultivator spent the effort to refine it. That's why it is in such a dilapidated state. As he spoke, the shopkeeper reached out to pick up the saber and presented it to Shi Shanshan with both hands. How could a businessman not have good eyesight? When a man and a woman came together, the woman could still laugh at the man. Was there a need to ask who was in charge of this business? Esteemed guest, you really have excellent eyesight. He first praised the customer's eyesight. After all, this kind of flattery was free. A treasured saber is a gift for a beauty. If esteemed guest really likes it, our humble shop can be friends. You can give the cost price and take it away at a discount. Chapter 2064. He's lucky. Yang Chen answered simply, and the shopkeeper instantly let out a sigh of relief. This was where the shopkeeper of the Lost Star Pavilion was smarter than the guy from the Cold Acid Pavilion. He also marked the items at a high price but sold them at a normal price. Not only did he not attract any suspicion, but the buyers rarely asked about the price. It was just that his bad taste in naming really made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Speaking of which, your items are quite interesting. Looks like they came from the same place. Yang Chen didn't care about their expressions and just said, I can teach you a lesson. Not only will you make a small profit, but it will also save you a lot of trouble in the future. The solid flying sword was made of a special material and was very sturdy. Just as the shopkeeper said, other than using it as a flying sword to attack, it could also be used to block some attacks. However, it was still a lot worse than the pure Yang Immortal sword that Yang Chen was hoping for. Plus, there were no signs of a hidden sword inside. Guessing Yang Chen's identity, the shopkeeper no longer pretended to be profound. He diligently sent tea and snack. Then he ran back to the shelf and held more than a dozen magic weapons of the space type, including the Immortal's Cave and the Medicine Garden. According to the price here, it was indeed 10 times higher than the normal price. However, the shopkeeper was smart and found a reason to reduce the discount, making it more or less the same as the normal price. Even if there wasn't a reason, maybe this guy would allow them to bargain and the result would be the same. This is simply fate. The shopkeeper's ability to reply was definitely top-notch. After speaking, he quickly appeared beside the shelf and took the pure Yang Immortal sword, respectfully handing it to Yang Chen. Esteemed customer, look, this is a top-quality flying sword. Take it back and make it the sex heirloom. Yang Chen casually put the immortal beheading blade and pure Yang Immortal sword into his virtue ring and then continued, if you have any spatial magic treasures, take them all out and give me a real price. I'll take them all. All he did was sell me a batch of spatial magic treasures that were similar to yours at several times the price. Yang Chen was also telling the truth. However, he was rather unlucky. Because I personally bought it, he was chased after. Space-type magic treasure. The shopkeeper was stunned, and then he suddenly remembered that Yang Chen had just introduced himself to Chunyang Palace. He immediately reacted, and the smile on his face became wider. It turns out to be Master Yang. My apologies. Grandmaster, please take a seat. I'll bring you the spatial treasure you asked for right away. At this point, looking at Yang Chen's mocking expression, the shopkeeper couldn't continue. He laughed dryly and said, that might be an exaggeration, but I can't deny that this sword is definitely worth the money. It can be used as a flying sword and a shield. It's a rare item. In all fairness, the items here were barely above average in the spiritual realm. However, they were nothing in the eyes of Yang Chen's family. For an ordinary cultivator, it was enough to be a natal flying sword. The shopkeeper's face immediately turned a little pale, but he still asked worriedly, "Then, is he all right?" "Grandmaster, you really have sharp eyes." "You're right." The shopkeeper of the Lost Star Pavilion immediately said, "To be honest with you, Grandmaster, we found these things in an ancient tomb that we found by accident. However, there are several levels in the ancient tomb, and we only entered the second level. If Grandmaster is interested, we're willing to tell you the location of the ancient tomb." Before Yang Chen had time to speak, Shi Shanshan, who was next to him, had already made the decision while holding back her laughter. "I'll buy it." "There's a pure Yang Immortal sword here?" Yang Chen said in surprise, as if he was really surprised. "My sect is called Chunyang Palace, and this sword is called Pure Yang Immortal Sword. Is this fate?" Yang Chen was also a little surprised that it was found in an ancient tomb. Cultivators rarely built tombs for themselves, and the owner of this ancient tomb was a little interesting. Yang Chen picked them up and looked at them one by one. At this point, he was completely sure that this item from the Lost Star Pavilion and the Shabby Pavilion came from the same place. Not to mention, there were 6 or 7 items that were similar to the 10-mile manor that Yang Chen received last time. The techniques were also very similar. Yang Chen reached out and took the Pure Yang Immortal Sword with a smile. He held it in his hand and waited a few times. He released his spiritual awareness and began to explore. "Well said, well said. Since we're buying it together, we'll give you the same discount, 10% off." After selling 2 magic treasures, the shopkeeper was also happy and sincerely quoted a price. "For the sake of the name, I'll buy it. Give me the actual price." Yang Chen did not hesitate and said directly. After Yang Chen finished explaining, he had already released the shopkeeper of the Shabby Pavilion. When the two met, they did not have the expression of good friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Instead, they both had the same frown and indescribable sorrow. "Actually, it's very simple. From the moment I walked out of this door, you announced with great fanfare that I bought a batch of space magic treasures here according to the price you marked." Since they had reached a deal, Yang Chen did not mind telling them the method. "The most important thing is that I personally chose 2 flying swords. I guarantee that all of these goods were sold according to the price on your shelf." Just as he was about to send them back in disappointment, Yang Chen suddenly thought of the unique courtyard wall of the colossal immortal mansion. The material of that courtyard wall was something that could block out spiritual awareness. At the core of the flying sword's sword tip, there was a rice grain-sized dot that gave him the same feeling. "But soon, it will be your turn to run out of luck," Yang Chen said with a smile. Looking at the puzzled expression of the shopkeeper, he explained, "I personally chose 2 flying swords from your Lost Star Pavilion." "That guy? I know him, I know him." The shopkeeper hurriedly nodded his head and then asked with a little uncertainty, "Could it be that Grandmaster has seen him before? Did he deceive Grandmaster?" The shopkeeper's selling price was very realistic. After Yang Chen directly accepted all of them according to the discount he gave, he then held back his excitement and said, "Shopkeeper, I don't know if you know a shopkeeper of the Shabby Pavilion?" At this point, Yang Chen stopped and looked at the 2 of them. The 2 of them were both business veterans. How could they not know that Yang Chen was waiting for a good price? The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time, as if they had made a decision at the same time. The expression on the face of the Lost Star Pavilion's shopkeeper could only be described as wonderful. In just a short while, his expression changed several times. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because a customer would run out of luck after buying something from his shop, this sounded as ridiculous as it could be. However, he could not laugh because he saw a familiar person. Shi Shanshan had just made the decision to buy the incomparably majestic, beheading, immortal saber. In the blink of an eye, Yang Chen saw a pure Yang Immortal sword on the shelf not far away. He was immediately overjoyed. At the same time, he felt a little nervous. It couldn't be that easy, right? Chapter 2065. As soon as this idea came out, the two shopkeepers' eyes suddenly lit up. Previously, the guy from the poor pavilion tried to hide it, but he was almost killed. Now that the news was out in the open, there was no need to worry about it anymore. As Yang Chun said, this was definitely a profitable business. The shopkeeper of the poor pavilion kept beating his chest and stamping his feet. Such a good idea. Why didn't he think of it from the beginning? If he had known earlier, why would he have suffered so much? What if someone asks about the source of the goods? The shopkeeper of the Lost Star Pavilion thought more and immediately asked. Then he suddenly realized that it was not a good idea and quickly explained, "Grandmaster, I don't have any other meaning. It's just that if we tell you the location of the ancient tomb, what if others want to know about it? The things in your store don't just come from there, right?" Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness swept out casually, and then directly pointed to the shelves one by one. The shopkeeper of the Lost Star Pavilion followed the direction of Yang Chen's finger and looked at it one by one, his heart filled with admiration. The things that Yang Chen pointed out were all things that he had collected from various places over the years. There were also cultivators who came to his store to sell them, but none of them came from the ancient tomb. In other words, Yang Chen had already seen through all the things that he had obtained from the ancient tomb at a glance. With this kind of eyesight, no wonder the rumors outside said that Yang Chen's eyesight was very good. It really was a well-deserved reputation. "Thank you, Grandmaster, for your guidance." The shopkeeper of the poor pavilion wanted to say something, but was directly stopped by the shopkeeper of the Lost Star Pavilion. The shopkeeper of the Lost Star Pavilion cupped his hands towards Yang Chen, thanked him, and then handed over a piece of jade strip. "This records the location of the ancient tomb, as well as the process of us brothers entering the first 2 floors. Please accept it, Grandmaster." The shopkeeper of the Lost Star Pavilion was very straightforward. After so many years of not entering the 3rd floor of the ancient tomb, he also knew that the hope was slim. Giving it to Yang Chen, not only would they send away a big problem, but they would also be able to use Yang Chen's reputation to hype up and make a small profit, which was more than enough for them. "If you can't survive in the future, you can go to Wanbao Tower." Yang Chen was grateful that the other party was single. He directly gave them a strong backing. As for whether they were willing or not, that would depend on their own choices. The Locket Mountains market was bustling with activity today. Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan had just left the Lost Star Pavilion. The shopkeeper of the Lost Star Pavilion stood at the door of the Lost Star Pavilion and began to publicize. Grandmaster Yang of the Pure Yang Palace bought more than a dozen space magic weapons at 10 times the price and also bought 2 flying swords. When the news spread out, the entire Locket Mountain was in an uproar. The surrounding cultivators swarmed in, and in the blink of an eye, the Forgotten Star Pavilion was completely filled. Not only cultivators, but the other stores in the Locket Mountain also sent people over. Some of them even had the shopkeepers personally visiting the Lost Star Pavilion. The surrounding businesses were quite familiar with this Lost Star Pavilion. However, they had never paid much attention to it. The only thing they knew was that this fellow had a bad taste in naming magic treasures. Rather than calling it the Lost Star Pavilion, it would be more accurate to call it a shop that sold legendary treasures. But now most people want to know what Master Yang Chen chose, and the people who asked were also focused on this question. Grandmaster Yang bought all the spatial artifacts in the store. One of them is called the Firmament Palace, one is called the Tushita Palace, one is called the Jade Lake, and one is called the Peach Garden. The shopkeeper proudly listed out a series of names that made everyone feel an urge to beat him up. How could a lousy store like yours have those? Furthermore, Grandmaster Yang also bought 2 legendary flying swords. The shopkeeper didn't feel that there was anything wrong with that and continued, "Both flying swords are of supreme quality. There's only one shop like this in the world." "What are those flying swords? Speak clearly." Someone finally lost his patience and hollered. This was the voice of all the cultivators in the shop who were listening to this guy's boasting. As soon as this voice came out, all of them cheered loudly. Listen up, this is the eyes of a grandmaster. The shopkeeper also knew that he went a bit overboard, so he laughed and continued. One is the legendary immortal beheading blade of the heavenly court, and the other is the pure yang immortal sword of the celestial realm's supreme being Lu Dongbin. After hearing the answer, all the cultivators laughed at the same time. So it was because of these two names. They thought Grandmaster Yang had found another powerful flying sword. As long as the people who paid attention to Yang Chen were basically clear, Grandmaster Yang Chen's magic weapon was called Beheading Immortal Blade. Seeing someone with the same name here, he probably bought it because he wanted to join in on the fun. Anyway, Grandmaster Yang didn't lack spirit stones. As for the pure Yang Immortal Sword, it was even more so. Grandmaster Yang's sect was called Chunyang Palace. Although it definitely had nothing to do with Ancestor Lu, it did have some connection with the pure Yang Immortal Sword, so it was normal for it to be bought. These two names made everyone less interested in the goods here. However, since Grandmaster Yang was willing to buy it for 10 times the amount of spirit stones, there might really be something that could catch his eye. Since they were already here, they had to take a look. What if they found something that others didn't like? I want this plantain fan. While everyone was choosing, a wretched guy pointed at a plantain fan-like magic treasure and shouted. Sometimes, many things just lacked a leader. Someone was clamoring to buy it, and at this moment, the others weren't thinking that this guy was a sucker, but that he had discovered something. I'll pay 10% more for this plantain fan. Someone immediately snatched it. No matter what secret it was, they had to get it first. Wasn't it just a matter of spirit stones? I'll pay 15% more. I'll pay 20% more. I'll buy this universe ring. I'll pay 10% more. With someone taking the lead, a small auction spontaneously formed in the Forgotten Star Pavilion's shop. The highest bidder won. While everyone was clamoring to bid, no one noticed that the wretched guy who first shouted for the plantain fan was the shopkeeper of the shabby pavilion. At this moment, he had already retreated. He quietly retreated to the side and watched as everyone bid 10 times the price for these things that even he knew were trash. If he had known that there was such a method, he wouldn't have had to play tricks in the shabby pavilion and nearly lost his life. The shopkeeper of the shabby pavilion really wanted to know the secret of the cave abode that Yang Chen had bought from him. However, when he thought of the experts who had captured him and the fear he had experienced these days, he didn't dare to think too much. Some things were not something that just anyone could bear. Chapter 2066. The commotion in the Lost Star Pavilion didn't affect Yang Chen's family. On the other hand, when everyone's attention was on the Lost Star Pavilion, Yang Chen's family had already met up. They quietly left the Locket Mountain Market with the things they bought without alarming anyone. In the Mountain River geographical map, Shi Shanshan, who didn't talk much, suddenly talked vividly about her husband's purchase of 2 super magic weapons in the Lost Star Pavilion, and all the women were stunned. If super magic treasures could be bought so casually, then wouldn't these super magic treasures be a little too cheap? Sure enough, when they saw the immortal beheading saber, they couldn't help laughing. But when they saw Shi Shanshan taking out the sign, all of them burst into laughter. They finally understood what kind of supreme treasures her husband bought. This name was truly fierce and attractive. When Yang Chen took out the pure Yang Immortal Sword, all of them couldn't hold it in any more, and their laughter lasted for a long time. It wasn't easy for her to stop, but when she saw the sign of the pure Yang Immortal Sword and the Immortal Sword, Sun Qingxue couldn't help but sneer again, and then it triggered a series of chain reactions, and there was another burst of unstoppable laughter. Although the immortal beheading saber's quality was pretty good, it was trash in the eyes of all of them. So they could only give it to Xiao Tian to play with. This was also how Yang Chen dealt with it. He threw it to Xiao Tian and let the latter do whatever he wanted with it. But the pure Yang Immortal Sword couldn't be thrown away so easily. Otherwise, wouldn't Yang Chen cry himself to death? Holding on to the pure Yang immortal sword, Yang Chen formally said to Shi Shanshan, Shanshan, it's time for you to change your natal flying sword. As he spoke, he extended the pure Yang immortal sword over. Yang Chen's words were very formal. The women couldn't help but stare blankly. Everyone immediately understood that the flying sword in Yang Chen's hand was probably not ordinary. Especially Shi Shanshan, she recalled that she had bought the immortal beheading saber as a joke, but the pure Yang immortal sword was bought by Yang Chen of his own accord. There was no need to ask to know the difference between the two. However, he didn't expect that she would be so indifferent in front of a real celestial sword. She even thought that it was an ordinary item. Fortunately, Yang Chen was Shi Shanshan's husband, and he had always shown that he had excellent eyesight. Shi Shanshan didn't think there was anything wrong with her poor eyesight. Her pursuit had always been extreme offensive power. The supreme pure Yang sword Qi just happened to satisfy this pursuit of hers. As for the rest, as long as she had good tea to drink and her husband to accompany her, nothing else mattered. Let me see. Let me see. Sun Qingxue always took advantage of her young age and insisted on looking at the sword. Yang Chen also wouldn't disregard her curiosity at this time. He reached out and handed it over. Sun Qingxue took the pure Yang immortal sword. After carefully probing it with her divine sense, she didn't find anything. The flying sword wasn't very big. After checking inch by inch, she still didn't find anything. She could only pout bitterly and hand the flying sword to Shi Wushuang next to her. Shi Wushuang also looked for a long time. She really couldn't see anything, so she handed it to the next person. In this way, the sword was handed over to Gao Yu. The women in front really couldn't see anything, which made them very discouraged. Their husband had already said that there was a problem with the flying sword, but they still couldn't see what the problem was. This kind of feeling was really depressing. The senior who refined the flying sword spent almost hundreds of years to hide the real flying sword. If you want to find it in such a short time, aren't you looking down on the senior's hard work? Yang Chen noticed this sign and smiled casually. The women thought that it made sense, but Sun Qingxue was still not convinced. Then, husband, you can see the problem at a glance. Husband has been relying on his eyesight for most of his life. If I can't even see this, how can I save so much for you? Yang Chen retorted to Sun Qingxue angrily. Sun Qingxue stuck out her tongue mischievously. She hurriedly ran to Yang Chen's side and acted like a spoiled child, telling him not to be angry. The atmosphere quickly became harmonious again. This flying sword feels really strange. Gao Yu was a refining expert, but she still felt that the flying sword was a little different in her hands. Sister, tell me quickly, I'm getting impatient. Sun Qingxue hurriedly urged. Not only her, but the other women were also waiting for the answer. I can't tell, but I always feel that something is wrong. Gao Yu felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't say it specifically, which made the women very depressed. Husband, you should remind it. Shi Shanshan was also waiting anxiously, but this thing was hers after all, so she didn't act so anxious. Seeing that the sisters were so curious, Shi Shanshan could only ask her husband. You think about that part of the courtyard wall in the cave and then try the inside of the flying sword. They were all his women, so Yang Chen wouldn't keep hiding it, so he suggested. Gao Yu's eyes lit up. Yes, this is the feeling. She immediately checked it carefully again, and a smile finally appeared on her face. However, she knew what it was, but she didn't directly point it out. Instead, she handed it to Sun Qingxue and let her find the answer herself. The hint was so obvious, and the women obviously had a way to solve it. Soon, Sun Qingxue also found the problem. Then, the women looked over one by one, and finally understood the secret of the flying sword. In the end, the flying sword still fell into the hands of Shi Shanshan. Shi Shanshan got it, and according to her husband's instructions, she checked it bit by bit, and finally found that there was something wrong with the tip of the sword. There was a small point on the tip of the sword that was smaller than the tip of a needle, which gave people a feeling that they couldn't see through it. At first, Yang Chun found that the size of a rice grain was a little big, and it was even smaller than the tip of a needle. And the part closest to the tip of the sword, if one didn't pay attention, they would think that it was already outside of the flying sword. That senior really put in a lot of effort to hide this thing, but they didn't know what was inside. But now that they found the problem, how should they open it next? Shi Shanshan looked at her husband. Activate the sword chi with all your strength, and open the barrier at that point. Yang Chen smiled and pointed, just like how you broke the courtyard wall, but be more precise. This wasn't a problem, but Shi Shanshan wasn't the Shi Shanshan of the past. She knew that she would definitely be weak if she activated the sword chi with all her strength, so she directly leaned into Yang Chen's arms. As long as she activated the sword chi, she would fall into her husband's arms. Sun Qingxue urged Sister Shi to hurry up, and Shi Shanshan was finally ready. Then, she condensed the sword chi into the thinnest strand, and attacked the barrier with all her strength. With a soft sound, Shi Shanshan directly fell into Yang Chen's arms. In Shi Shanshan's hands, a strong aura was suddenly emitted, and it was extremely sharp. Chapter 2067. As soon as the sword chi came out, the women who were not far away all felt a bone-chilling chill. Even Zhou Xianying and Lady Fanghua, who were in the fairy immortal realm, were no exception. They were forced back a few feet by the sword chi. This was just an ownerless sword chi, and it was already so terrifying. What if it was a life-flying sword that had been refined? Your life-flying sword can no longer withstand the supreme pure yang sword chi. This pure yang immortal sword happens to be of the metal attribute, so it can completely withstand the sword chi. Yang Chen was not afraid of the sword chi at all. He hugged Shi Shanshan and said, "When you can completely refine this sword, maybe there will be other benefits." Shi Shanshan just didn't like to interact with outsiders, but it didn't mean that she didn't like to be with her husband. Especially now, lying in her husband's arms, feeling her husband's love, even her own life-flying sword was so considerate. That kind of thick happiness made her almost don't want time to flow. Maybe it was because it had been sealed for a long time, the sword chi suddenly burst out a bit frightening. After a while, the frightening sword chi subsided, and the women could slowly approach. Hearing what Yang Chen had just said to Shi Shanshan, the women actually felt the same sweetness in their hearts. Yang Chen took care of Shi Shanshan like this today, and the next day it would be their own. They were not jealous of this at all, they were just happy. However, such a powerful immortal sword was not so easy to become the life magic weapon of Lotus City. At least Shi Shanshan could feel the aura of the immortal sword now, but she could only be helpless and could only ask her husband. "Don't worry, slowly use the supreme pure yang sword chi to familiarize and refine it little by little." Yang Chen already had a draft in mind, and gave detailed instructions to Shi Shanshan on how to start refining the immortal sword. As for Shi Shanshan's original life magic weapon, it was also a good thing, and it couldn't be wasted. After letting Xiao Tian devour the breath of Shi Shanshan, it can also be transferred to disciples or others, and it will not be buried. After finishing all these, Shi Shanshan had recovered her energy. She couldn't care about anything else. After giving her husband a kiss, she went back to her room in the Dragon Palace and started to cultivate in seclusion. She wanted to make the pure yang immortal sword recognize her as its master in the shortest time possible. Yang Chen didn't say anything and directly filled Shi Shanshan's room with 7th gold mysterious crystals and 8th gold mysterious crystals. They were all mysterious crystals produced after the 7th gold true essence liquid and 8th gold true essence liquid solidified under high pressure. They contained the purest metal attribute spiritual power, and could be used at any time. To refine an immortal sword, it was most suitable to use this most primordial spiritual energy. After settling down Shi Shanshan, Gao Yu had already seen that Yang Chen must have found something else. She smiled and asked, "It seems that we can't go back to Chunyang Palace for the time being. Where are we going next?" Yang Chen reached out and took out the jade slip given to him by the shopkeeper of the Lost Star Pavilion and said with a smile, "There is a very interesting place, an ancient tomb. The Super Immortal's Cave and the Pure Yang Immortal Sword were found on the periphery of the ancient tomb. Do you want to go and have a look?" The girls played around a lot and were a little tired of this peaceful life. When they heard Yang Chen say that there was such a good place to explore, they were all excited. Without Gao Yu's answer, the eager expressions of the girls had given Yang Chen the answer. The address of the ancient tomb recorded on the jade slip was not far from here. It was in a remote mountain area between the shabby pavilion and the Lost Star Pavilion, and it was easy to find. Before rushing to the place, Yang Chen felt a little strange. It was such an easy place to find, but why did no other cultivators notice it, only those two fellows? When he reached the address recorded on the jade slip, Yang Chen realized that he had underestimated this ancient tomb. The ancient tomb was located in a very small basin amidst countless mountains and precipitous ridges. However, this basin was very special. This basin could not be seen from the outside at all. At a glance, it was almost the same as the surrounding mountains. There were tall and short pine trees facing the wind and snow. Whether it was with the naked eye or spiritual sense, one would only think that it was a snowy mountain that looked exactly the same as the surroundings. If it were not for those two fellows who had come here and brought out something, Yang Chen would not have been able to find this basin. Perhaps only by trekking over the surrounding snowy mountains would he be able to find such a small basin by chance. Outside the small basin was a very faint illusion array, which served to confuse people. Only after passing through the edge of the illusion array could one see the true appearance of the basin. The basin was not big, about a few 100 feet in radius. It was also very deep. Looking up from the bottom of the basin, one would only be able to see a small patch of the sky. The surroundings were filled with snow-capped peaks and cliffs, but the interior of the basin was as warm as spring. Generally speaking, it was very normal for mountain basins to have such a completely different climate, not to mention that there was a special array to maintain it. However, the strangest thing was that this several 100 feet wide basin only had a huge pine tree, which grew very luxuriantly. Even describing it as a towering tree would seem a bit small. This tree was at least a few thousand feet high. Looking at the wind and snow from the outside, one could only see the crown of this huge tree. Because it grew too tall, it had already broken through the illusion array and reached the outside. Close to the ground, the bark was a few feet above the ground, and there should have been a few big words on it. Perhaps because of the erosion of time and the growth of the tree, the other words could no longer be seen clearly, only leaving behind a huge tomb character. Even if it was this character, only the shape was left. The color had already changed to the color of the pine tree's bark. If one did not have good eyesight, one would not be able to see it. It was also because of this tomb character that the two shopkeepers of the Lost Star Pavilion and the Shabby Pavilion thought that this was an ancient tomb. According to the records of the two brothers entering the first and second level, Yang Chen's family had already made their preparations. Each of them held a stick of incense in their hands and knelt towards the tree, as if they were paying respects to their ancestors. After kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times, they placed the incense in front of them. Then, everyone felt their vision blur, and they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. The way they came in from the first level is quite unique. Yang Chen looked around and commented with a smile. No matter what, they only came in after paying respects to their ancestors, so it's not rude. Even though they said that, the girls still bowed towards the tree again, and only then did they begin to look around. The scene in front of them was no longer that of the huge tree, but a huge garden. In the center was a majestic palace, which was decorated with everlasting flowers, green pines, and green cypresses. The ground was also paved with perfectly straight stone slabs. It did not look like a tomb at all, but more like a living garden. Just now, the girls had once again bowed towards the palace. This floor looked very ordinary. It did not seem to be overflowing with spiritual power. It was like an ordinary manor where the natives lived. Chapter 2068. After looking around, there was basically nothing worth paying attention to outside. Even if there was, it would have probably been taken away by those two fellows. With the personality of that shabby pavilion's shopkeeper, he probably wouldn't leave anything for Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen didn't immediately follow the two fellows' instructions to enter the second floor. Instead, he carefully walked around the first floor for a long time, looking at every corner. Although the women were curious, they didn't stop their husbands' actions. Anyway, their husband would definitely give them an explanation in the end. At this time, it was better not to disturb their husband's thinking. After Yang Chen carefully looked at the outside, he entered the palace with the women. This palace, although it was called a palace, it should actually be a huge morning hall. There were all kinds of white curtains and the decorations were very elegant. Unfortunately, the things used inside were all ordinary goods. They didn't know whether it was because of the array or something else, but they hadn't decayed until now. There were no tributes on the offering table, only some empty plates which were placed neatly. The most outrageous thing was that where the memorial tablet should have been, there was indeed a huge memorial tablet, but it was completely empty. There was not a single word on it, so no one knew who this memorial tablet belonged to. But even so, Yang Chen was still very polite. He took out some tributes and placed them on the empty plates. He prepared incense and candles and worshipped the empty memorial tablet again. After the women finished with their husband, they followed Yang Chen to the back of the memorial tablet. There was a huge white wall behind the morning hall, but now the white wall was filled with all kinds of poems and colorful essays with gold paint, filling the entire wall. There were probably millions of words on this wall. Every poem and essay was written in a different font, but they were distributed very rhythmically. Just looking at this wall, there was a unique beauty. There were almost tens of thousands of gaps in the various poems and essays on the wall, and there were no words in the gap. It was obvious that they were deliberately left empty. There was a square table by the wall, on which were neatly arranged brush racks and inkstones. The golden paint in the inkstones looked very fresh, and the brushes hanging on the brush racks were also of the best quality. The tips were round and strong, as if they could be picked up and used. Junkie, it depends on your craftsmanship. Yang Chen smiled and pointed at the pens. The gaps in the wall had been filled in according to the original text. The brush and inkstone had been prepared in this way. According to the two shopkeepers, each time one wanted to enter, the poems, songs, and colorful writings would be different, and the empty words would also be different. Only when one filled in the correct words would the second floor be opened. In addition to filling in the words according to the original text, the font must be the same as the font of the poem. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. One wrong word, and the entire wall would have to be rewritten, and another batch of articles would be replaced. Most importantly, there was a time limit for filling in the form. After a certain amount of time was exceeded, they would have to fill in the form again. If one couldn't write, couldn't remember the poem, or even wrote slowly, they would fail and be unable to enter the second floor. Although the two shopkeepers had been cultivating for a long time, everyone was usually immersed in cultivation. At most, they had one or two small hobbies. Who would work hard on this? Moreover, this kind of poetry, songs, and colorful writings was just appreciating it. Who would have nothing better to do than memorize it? It was not like they were going to be the top scorer, so what was the point of memorizing these things? Because of this, the two shopkeepers had been stuck at this level for decades. Finally, they managed to enter the second floor by deceiving and running into the right one. Moreover, they had only entered once, and they would never have the chance to enter again. Among them, Yang Chen's calligraphy was not bad, and Zhou Xianying also dabbled a little, but the best was Tao Junkie. Among the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, the zither was Zhou Xianying, the chess was Shi Wushuang, the calligraphy was Tao Junqi, and the painting was the Murong sisters. Therefore, Yang Chen said that Tao Junqi was the most suitable. After explaining the rules, the girls also understood. Tao Junqi was a little hesitant. With so many missing words, she was not sure that she could remember them one by one. Needless to say, the one responsible for saying the answer must be Yang Chen. Yang Chen had a good reputation for reading a lot of books since he was in the mortal world. Why did everyone say that Yang Chen had good eyesight? Wasn't it because he was knowledgeable? Tao Junqi and Yang Chen cooperated. Yang Chen said a word, and Tao Junqi filled in a word according to the appropriate font. Although this wall was high, it was not difficult for these cultivators. In a short time, hundreds of words were filled. These poems and essays covered a wide range, and they must also be in the original text, which was Yang Chen. If it was someone else, it was estimated that they could only try their luck. Even Yang Chen was secretly surprised in the process of filling in the words. There were a few poems, which were obviously not works of the spiritual world of the mortal world. They clearly came from the immortal world. It was unexpected that they would appear here. There was no need to ask, just based on this point it could be concluded that this tomb must be related to a big shot in the immortal world. How could the two shopkeepers know the poems and essays of the immortal world? It was already a great luck to enter the tomb correctly once. It would be strange if they could enter a second time. Tao Junqi cooperated with her husband to fill in the words. At the same time, she did not forget to appreciate these works that she had not paid special attention to before. She could not help but admire her husband more and more. There were so many essays, but her husband did not make a mistake. If everyone did not cultivate, maybe she would also be the wife of a scholar. Thinking of this, Tao Junqi was indescribably happy. The girls also had the ability to appreciate. Looking at the colorful wall, each of them had a strange light in their eyes, and they read happily. In less than an hour, thousands of blank places had been filled by Tao Junqi. The strange thing was that nothing happened when she finished. Could it be that she filled in a word wrongly? Junqi put the pen away. Yang Chen looked at Tao Junqi holding the pen in a daze and reminded her with a smile. Tao Junqi came to her senses and hurriedly went over to put the pen back on the brush rack. Once the brush that Tao Junqi took away returned to its place, the entire wall began to transform, and soon it became two huge doors. Yang Chen reached out and pushed, and the two doors creaked open, revealing the situation inside. Everyone strode in and began to observe their surroundings. After entering, there was a huge courtyard. It looked like the front yard of a manor. On both sides were two neat rows of rooms, and in front of it was a hall. There were several weapon racks on both sides of the courtyard, but the weapon racks were empty. The rooms on both sides were also empty, as if they had been ransacked. Seeing this, Yang Chen smiled. He finally knew where the old things in Poor Acid Pavilion and Lost Star Pavilion came from. Chapter 2069. This courtyard wasn't very big and there were only so many things. Then there was the courtyard wall. If one looked at it from a functional point of view, it could at most be regarded as a gatehouse or a front hall. Especially those weapon racks, it was simply a blatant indication that this courtyard could also be used as a martial arts training ground or something. The furnishings in the wing room and the hall were almost swept away, but Yang Chen could easily see from the magic weapons of the Immortal's cave and the medicine garden that he bought that the original empty places should be those bonsai. And, using a cave abode and medicine garden as decoration for a front hall, it really made one speechless. But since there were even immortal world poems and songs on the wall in front of them, it really wasn't a big deal to have these exquisite little things. Everyone very quickly swept through the second floor. Other than some seemingly usable furniture, there was nothing left. As for the door to the third floor, it was at the back of the hall. Unfortunately, the door was tightly shut and couldn't be opened at all. If it was an ordinary cultivator's tomb, Yang Chen might not have wanted to look for clues so complicatedly and would have directly broken through the door. Now that he knew that it was an immortal monarch's tomb, he couldn't just casually enter. Who knew what deadly things were inside? The things placed in the front hall already had a huge cave abode and a pure yang immortal sword. One could only imagine how terrifying the things inside were. The door was very easy to see, but no one found a way to open it. The two shopkeepers of Shabby Pavilion and Lost Star Pavilion only managed to come here and ransack everything on the second floor, but they didn't even touch the edge of the third floor. Look around, there must be some clues that everyone missed. Yang Chen was also looking around carefully. At the same time he instructed the girls to search carefully. Everyone knew that this was a rare opportunity, so they were especially attentive, wishing that they could not let go of even the slightest abnormality. It was just that this second floor had already been ransacked by the two shopkeepers once, and the things might have been touched. How difficult would it be to find any clues? After searching for a long time, no one found any conspicuous mark. Yang Chen stood in the courtyard and looked carefully. According to the layout of the cave abodes of the experts in the Heavenly Court, he was thinking about what was missing here. There didn't seem to be anything unusual in the courtyard. Yang Chen strolled into the hall. The furnishings in the hall were a little complicated. There were seats for the host and the guest, tables, chairs, pillars, and so on. Finally, his gaze stopped at the wall facing the door. The host and the guest sat on either side of the wall in the middle. According to the usual arrangement, there should be a central hall here. But now it was indeed empty. Needless to say, it must have been plundered by the two shopkeepers. But on the empty wall, there was a faint slanted shadow. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that it was the shadow of one of the eaves in the hall. There was nothing there, and spiritual sense could not detect it. However, if one looked carefully with the naked eye, they could see it. While Yang Chen was thinking about it, he immediately attracted the attention of the women. Everyone was looking at the place Yang Chen was looking at, and they were puzzled. "What do you guys think this slanted shadow looks like?" Yang Chen suddenly asked. Two heads were better than one. With so many people thinking together, they would definitely be more thorough than him. "It's like a stroke. It's like a slanted pagoda." The women each said their own imaginations. There were many different opinions, but Yang Chen always felt that there was something missing. "It's like a hanging sword." Suddenly, a concubine said this sentence, which made Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Wasn't it? This slanted angle was clearly a sword hanging diagonally. Normally, if a wealthy family had a treasured sword, wouldn't it be hung up like this? Everything was immediately clear. Why would there be two super magic weapons on the second floor of this tomb, and one of them was a pure yang immortal sword? Could it be that the immortal sword and the giant cave were the keys to the third floor? He praised the little concubine, and the concubine was so happy that she almost lost her composure. The women also understood some of the key points, and couldn't help but praise their husband's luck and good eyesight again. If it wasn't for his super luck, how could he encounter such good things in the Cold Acid Pavilion and the Lost Star Pavilion? If it wasn't for his good eyesight, how could he find rare treasures among so many ordinary magic weapons? Now that the pure yang immortal sword was still being refined by Shanshan, she couldn't be disturbed for the time being. Fortunately, she was only refining it at the initial stage this time, leaving her own divine sense imprint. It shouldn't take too long, everyone just had to cultivate and wait. As everyone expected, Shanshan didn't take too long this time. However, that was relative, the level of the immortal sword was too high. Even with Shanshan's cultivation, using the supreme pure yang sword qi to refine it and leaving her own divine sense imprint, it still took half a year for it to become obedient. When Shanshan came out of seclusion and saw everyone waiting, she asked for the reason, took out the immortal sword and handed it to Yang Chen. Yang Chen held the pure yang immortal sword and slowly leaned the immortal sword against the angle of the shadow on the wall. This was the moment that everyone guessed the answer after such a long time. All the girls held their breaths and waited for the result to appear. Just when Yang Chun held the pure Yang Immortal sword and was half an inch away from the wall, the shadow on the wall suddenly flickered. After a flash of color, an empty scabbard appeared and hung diagonally on the wall. Seeing this scene, all the girls felt relieved. That concubine's guess was right, husband's guess was also right, this was clearly the key. When the scabbard appeared, Yang Chen didn't say anything and kept the pure Yang Immortal sword in the scabbard. With a light click, the Immortal sword returned to the scabbard. The originally black and inconspicuous scabbard suddenly became dazzling. After the light flashed, an extremely gorgeous treasure sword quietly hung on the wall, making people unable to look away. A light click sound came from afar. It seemed like the latch of a door was opened. Yang Chen also let out a long sigh. Opening the door really needed to rely on the Immortal sword. This level didn't test one's literary talent or memory, but one's eyesight. If one couldn't find the pure Yang Immortal sword among so many ordinary magic treasures, the scabbard wouldn't have appeared and naturally, the door to the third level wouldn't have been opened. The two shopkeepers didn't have Yang Chen's eyesight, so they could only return in defeat at this level. However, Yang Chen relied on the memories from his previous life and the experience he had accumulated in this life to successfully open the door to the third level. The door was already open. Yang Chen held the Immortal sword in the scabbard and took it off the wall with a light shake. The door didn't move at all. It meant that the Immortal sword was still allowed to be taken away. Yang Chen also let out a sigh of relief. If the Immortal sword couldn't be taken away, then sure Shanshan wouldn't have a life-bound magic treasure.